Welcome back to the Veil Weaver. Tonight, we lift the veil once more. Come in out of the cold. Sit down, here, closer to the fire. Let the heat of it reach you. That particular, irreplaceable warmth that only a real fire gives. The kind that seems to know where you are cold and move toward it deliberately, as though it has been waiting for you to arrive. Outside, the wind is doing what the wind does on this kind of night, on this kind of island, moving across the water, combing through the long grass on the cliff tops, finding every gap in every wall and every door, and reminding everything it touches that the world is wide and old and not entirely tame. But in here it is warm, and I have stories. We are going to Ireland tonight, not the Ireland of postcards and busy roads, and the daytime business of ordinary life, though that Ireland is beautiful enough in its own right. We are going to the older Ireland, the one that exists underneath the visible one, the way the roots of a very old tree exist underneath the grass, invisible from above, but holding everything up from below. This is the island of the in-between places, the edge where the land meets the sea, and neither one is quite sure where it ends. The hour before dawn, when the hills are still dark, and the birds have not yet decided to begin. The corner of a warm room on a winter evening, when the firelight does not quite reach. These are the places where the old creatures live. And tonight, I am going to introduce you to 20 of them. Some of them live in the water, in the cold green depths of the Atlantic, in the still black loughs tucked between the hills, in the sacred rivers that have been running their courses since before anyone thought to give them names. Some of them live in the land itself, on the open moorland at dusk, in the deep woods where the light comes through in columns like the pillars of a very old church, on the quiet roads between one place and another, where the only sound is your own footfall and the distant sound of something you cannot quite identify. And some of them, the ones we will visit last in the long, warm, drowsy hours of this night, live exactly where you are right now, in the house, by the fire, in the good, settled quiet of a home that is holding you gently while the world outside does whatever it likes. Ireland has always known that the world is layered, that beneath the ordinary surface of things, the fields, the roads, the kitchen table, the particular grey of an Irish winter sky, there is another surface, and beneath that, another. And that, if you are very still and very patient, and you have been lucky enough to be told the right stories by the right people at the right time of your life, you can sometimes feel the layers shifting against each other, very gently, like the pages of a very old book, settling in a draft. The Irish have a word, or something close to a word, because it resists being pinned down too precisely, for the quality of a place where those layers are thin, where the veil between this world and the other one is small enough that things can move between them, where the air feels different, where you find yourself speaking more quietly without quite knowing why. They call it a thin place. Tonight, we are going to visit several of them. But first, settle in, let the fire do its work, let the sound of the wind outside remind you, as it always does when you are safe inside, and it is doing its business outside, just how good it feels to be exactly where you are. You are warm, you are still, and the stories are gathering at the edge of the firelight, patient as they always are. waiting for the room to go quiet enough to begin. Are you ready? Then let us go to the water first, because in Ireland, everything begins at the edge of the sea. There is a beach on the west coast of Ireland. I will not tell you exactly where, because these places have a way of losing something when they are named too precisely and visited too often. There is a beach on the west coast of Ireland that faces directly out into the Atlantic. Stand on it on the right kind of evening, and you will understand immediately why the people who lived near it for generations were so certain that the world did not end at the waterline. The sea out here is not the sea you may know from gentler coastlines. It is vast in a way that is difficult to hold in the mind all at once. It goes on and on and on until the eye simply gives up, trying to find the end of it, and accepts, with a mixture of humility and wonder, that it simply does not end. The sky above it on a clear night is extraordinary. No hills on the horizon to interrupt it, no city glow to dim it, just stars, from one edge of the world to the other. The Milky Way laid across the dark like a brushstroke of something luminous and carelessly beautiful. And the moon, when it is full, laying a road of silver light straight across the water from the horizon to the shore. And on the rocks at the edge of that shore, on certain nights, particular nights, when the moon is full and the tide is at the turn, and the air has that quality of held breath that comes just before something significant, there are seals. They are not unusual in themselves. Seals are common on this coast. They haul out on the rocks in groups, large and grey and sleek, and they watch you with their enormous dark eyes, with an expression of frank and unsettling intelligence, as though they are the ones assessing you rather than the other way around. Fishermen have always known that the seals off the west coast of Ireland look at you differently than seals elsewhere. There is something in those eyes, something that knows more than a seal, by ordinary reckoning, has any business knowing. But on these particular nights, moonlit, tide turning, hushed, the seals do something else. They come ashore, and they shed their skins. Slowly, with the careful, unhurried movements of someone removing a much-loved coat after a very long journey, each seal peels back its grey skin to reveal the figure beneath. A person, or something so close to a person that only the very sharpest eye, and perhaps not even then, could find the difference. They are neither fully one thing nor fully another. They are the living, breathing expression of the place between, and they carry that in-between quality in everything about them. Their skin, where the seal skin has been, is very pale, the colour of sea foam, of the inside of a shell. Their hair is dark, almost always dark in the stories, and the sea has arranged it around their shoulders with a carelessness that is somehow also perfect. Their eyes are still seal's eyes, large and dark and full of that particular, unnerving, ancient intelligence. And they move on the sand the way people move who have spent most of their lives in water, with a fluid, unhurried grace, as though the air itself is something they are swimming through, rather than merely breathing. These are the Selkies. The word itself, Selkie or Selchi, or any of its many variations across the coastal communities of Ireland and Scotland and the islands beyond, comes from the old word for seal, seal folk, the people of the seal, a name that does not try to resolve the central mystery of what they are. Not quite seal, not quite human, entirely themselves, but simply acknowledges both parts of it at once, as the most honest names always do. The Selkies are among the oldest creatures in the mythology of these islands. They appear in the earliest written records of Irish and Scottish folklore. And long before those records were written, they were being passed in stories from one fishing community to another, along the coast, from generation to generation, with the particular care that coastal people always gave to stories about the sea. Because on this coast, stories about the sea were not entertainment. They were information. They were a way of understanding a world that was beautiful and sustaining, and also vast and cold and not always kind, and of finding in that world the presence of something that shared it with you. Something that moved through the same water, that felt the same tides, that knew the same depths. The Selkies knew the depths better than anyone. On moonlit nights, when they come ashore and shed their skins, they dance. This is always in the stories. Always. The dancing seems to be the point of the coming ashore. Not the land itself. Not the air. Not any particular destination. Just the dancing. On a flat, wet sand where the tide has retreated. In the moonlight, with the sound of the sea still all around them, they move together in patterns that are not quite like the patterns of any human dance. Slower, more fluid, more like the movement of water than the movement of bodies. And they sing sometimes, in voices that carry across the water and up the cliffs and into the sleeping farms above, where the people who hear it in their dreams will wake in the morning with a feeling they cannot name. A sweet and aching feeling, like missing a place you have never been. There are many Selkie stories, hundreds of them, really, collected over centuries from every island and fishing village and clifftop community on this coast. Many of them follow a particular shape, a shape that is not exactly a happy one, and which I will mention briefly, and then set down again, because tonight we are here for warmth and wonder, and not for sorrow. In many of the old tales, a fisherman finds a sealskin left on the rocks while its owner dances, and he takes it and hides it, and without her skin, a Selkie cannot return to the sea. She stays on land. She becomes a wife, a mother. She is not unkind, and neither is he, not always, but she is always a little elsewhere, always standing at the window that faces the water, always knowing in some part of herself she cannot reach, that she is not entirely where she belongs, until the day she finds the skin, and then she is gone. I tell you this, not to make you sad, but because it is important to understand what the Selkies are, underneath the moonlit dancing and the beautiful strangeness of them. They are creatures of longing. That is their deepest quality. Deeper than the magic, deeper than the mystery. A longing that runs in both directions at once, the way a river runs toward the sea, and the tide runs back toward the land, endlessly, without resolution. When they are in the sea, they feel the pull of the land, the warmth of it, the solidity, the firelight in the farmhouse windows above the cliff. When they are on the land, they feel the pull of the sea, the depth of it, the cold and the dark, and the enormous, obliterating freedom of it. They live in that pull. They are made of it. And perhaps that is why the stories about them have lasted so long and travelled so far from the coastlines where they began and found their way into the hearts of people who have never seen the Atlantic and never will. Because most of us know something about longing in two directions at once, about belonging in some complicated way to more than one world, about standing at a threshold and feeling the pull of both sides equally. The Selkies are that feeling, given form, given dark eyes and pale skin, and a coat of grey fur, and a voice that carries across the water in the night. But let us end with the dancing, because the dancing is the truest thing about them, I think. Not the sorrow of the hidden skin, not the long years of standing at windows. The dancing on the moonlit sand, in the brief and chosen hours when they are fully and freely themselves. Picture them there, just for a moment. The beach is silver. The sea is silver. The moon is above it all, laying its long road of light across the water. And on the sand, between the tide's last reach and the dark line of the rocks, they move together in their slow and fluid patterns, unhurried, unobserved, or so they believe, with an ease that is almost painful to watch, because it is the ease of creatures who are, in this particular moment, on this particular night, exactly where they are supposed to be. The water is right there. They could go back at any moment, but not yet, not quite yet. Let the sound of those waves stay with you as we move on. That slow, patient rhythm, in and out, in and out, older than any story ever told about anything that lives in or near the sea. Let it settle into your breathing, if it hasn't already. In and out. The Selkies are still there on their beach, still dancing in their silver light. They will be there long after this story is done, long after you have drifted somewhere quieter and deeper than words can follow. They do not need us watching, but it was lovely, wasn't it, for a little while, to know they were there. Now, stay close to the water. We are not done with the sea yet. Not nearly, because the Atlantic off the coast of Ireland is very deep and very old, and there are more things living in it than the Selkies alone. Stranger things, in some ways, quieter things, things that look up from the deep water and see the light on the surface and feel, in their own way, that same pull toward the warmth above. Come a little further out with me, and let me tell you about the Merrow. The Selkies, as we have just seen, are creatures of the threshold. They live in the longing between two worlds, and they carry that longing in their dark eyes and their moonlit dancing and the particular sweetness of their voices drifting up from the shore. The Merrow live deeper than that, not at the edge, not in the between place, not on the moonlit sand where the sea meets the land, and neither one is entirely sure of its boundaries. The Merrow live down where the light from the surface arrives changed, filtered through fathoms of cold green water into something soft and diffuse and dreaming, the way sunlight arrives through the windows of a very old church, down where the kelp forests sway in slow, enormous curtains, down where the fish move in their silver thousands, turning all at once with a precision that looks, from a distance, like a single enormous thought. Down, in other words, where very few stories go. And yet the Merrow come up. That is the thing about them that has always distinguished them from the deeper, more unknowable creatures of the sea. The Merrow are curious, genuinely, helplessly, endearingly curious about the surface world, about the creatures who live on the land above, about the strange, noisy, complicated, landlocked lives being lived up there, beyond the waterline. They surface and they watch. They sit on rocks just offshore, and they listen to the music drifting from the harbour tavern. They follow the fishing boats at a careful distance, observing the work being done on deck with the focused attention of someone watching a craft they have always wanted to learn. They want to understand us, and they have been trying patiently and persistently for a very long time. The Merrow. The word comes from the Irish Muir, meaning sea, and Oi, meaning maid, though the Merrow are not exclusively female, the male Merrow simply being considerably rarer in the stories, and by most accounts considerably less interested in the surface world. The Merrow are Ireland's own merfolk, distinct from the mermaids of other traditions, shaped by this particular sea, this particular coast, this particular long and complicated relationship between an island people and the water that surrounds them on every side. They are beautiful in the old descriptions, not in a dramatic, unsettling way, not the cold marble beauty of something that has never been warm, in a softer way than that, a way that has something lived in about it, something easy and unperformed. Their hair is the green of deep water, not the bright, artificial green of a painting, but the real colour, the shifting, complex colour that seawater actually is when the light is right. Their eyes are the same, green shading into grey, into blue, depending on the depth they have come from and the mood they are in, and perhaps the weather. They have webbed fingers. This is always mentioned in the old accounts, with a sort of fond matter-of-factness. Webbed fingers and a gentle grip, and hands that are more comfortable in water than out of it, that feel the currents the way you might feel a piece of fabric, reading the texture of the sea through the skin of their palms. And below the water, the tail, long and powerful, and the deep, iridescent green of the open sea, capable of speeds that no boat has ever matched, and no fisherman has ever quite believed until he has seen it firsthand. The white wake of a Merrow diving cutting, clean through the water and gone before he has time to point. In the old stories of the West Coast, the Merrow wore a special cap, a Féidhlim druith, a little enchanted hood of red feathers, slick and waterproof, that allowed them to pass through the depths without harm. Without this cap, they could not return to the sea. And so, they were careful with them, very careful, the way you are careful with the one thing that connects you to where you belong. They would hide them in rock crevices when they came ashore, tuck them into the clefts of sea stacks where no human hand could reach, hold them beneath the water as they surfaced, keeping them close. There are stories in the coastal communities of Cork and Clare and Galway and all along the western seaboard of people who found a Féidhlim druith, and what they did with it, whether they returned it or hid it or used it, says everything about the kind of person they were. The wisest ones always gave it back. What I love most about the Merrow, in all the stories gathered about them across the centuries, is this quality of curiosity I mentioned at the beginning. This genuine, warm, unguarded interest in the world above the water. There are accounts, some of them written down by collectors of folklore in the 18th and 19th centuries, others passed directly from family to family in the fishing villages of the West, of Merrow, who develop real and lasting friendships with particular families on the shore, who would surface at the same rocks at the same hour, reliably, over years and sometimes decades, who seemed to enjoy, in their own quiet way, the company of the people they had chosen to be curious about. One story, from the coast of Clare, tells of a Merrow who came ashore on the same flat rock every Sunday evening for 30 years, to listen to a fisherman play his fiddle. She never came closer than the edge of the rock. She never spoke, or at least never in any language he could understand, though she made sounds sometimes, a kind of low, resonant humming that he said seemed to come from somewhere deeper than her throat, from somewhere in her chest, the way the sound of the sea seems to come from somewhere deeper than the surface. When he died, she did not come anymore. His granddaughter, who had heard the story all her life, said that on the evening of the funeral, she went down to the rock and sat on it and played her own fiddle, badly and tearfully, because she had only just begun to learn. And something surfaced in the water offshore, just far enough away that she could not be entirely sure of what she was seeing, just close enough that she could see the green of the hair and the stillness of the watching and the quality of the attention. And then it was gone. There is something about the Merrow that I think speaks to a very particular kind of connection. Not the dramatic kind, not the kind that announces itself and demands to be acknowledged. The quiet kind, the kind that builds slowly, over years, out of nothing more than showing up at the same place at the same time and being present, reliably, without asking for anything. The Merrow come to the surface, not because they need anything from us, not because they are lonely, exactly, or lost, or longing in the way the Selkies long. They come because they are interested, because the world above the water is endlessly, fascinatingly different from the world below it, and they have decided, in their own time and on their own terms, that it is worth watching. They choose us. That is the thing. Without any obligation, without any need, from the full depth and freedom of the sea, they choose sometimes to surface, to watch, to listen, to hum along in their own way with the music. There's no higher compliment, really, than being chosen by something that had absolutely no reason to choose you. The sea is very dark tonight, and very deep, and very full. But just there, just at the edge of where the moonlight reaches down through the water, something is rising, slowly, curiously, with that particular quality of attention that is not hunger, and not fear, and not longing, and not quite any of the words we have for what passes between one creature and another, across the impossible distance of being entirely different kinds of thing. Call it wonder, maybe. Call it the oldest and simplest reason any creature has ever had for moving toward another. I want to see what you are. Stay close to the water still. We have one more creature to visit here before we leave the open sea and move toward the shore and the land beyond it. This one lives a little further north than the Selkies and the Merrow, in wilder waters, in deeper caves, in a part of the sea that is colder and more dramatic and altogether less forgiving than the soft Atlantic of the West. But do not let that concern you, because the creatures we are going to meet there are not interested in being frightening. They are interested in something far more surprising than that. They are interested in poetry. Further north now, feel the temperature drop very slightly, not unpleasantly, just noticeably, the way the air changes when you step from one room into another, and the new room has been closed for a while, and has kept its own particular quiet and cool. We are moving up along the coast, up past the great grey headlands of the north, up into waters that are less sheltered and more serious, and coloured a deeper, more brooding shade of blue-green than the Atlantic of the west. We are going to the Minch. The Minch is the stretch of water that runs between the northwest coast of Scotland and the Outer Hebrides, those long, low, ancient islands that sit in the North Atlantic, like something the sea has been turning over in its hands for a very long time. The water here is deep and changeable, and frequently dramatic. Storms come in quickly, and with little warning. The currents are complex. The light, on the days when there is light, has a quality unlike anywhere else. Sharp and silver and so clear that the edges of things seem almost to vibrate with it, as though the world up here is slightly more itself than it is elsewhere. It is not, on the face of it, the kind of place you expect to find whimsy. And yet, on calm days, and there are calm days, even here, days of extraordinary, polished stillness when the sea lies flat as a mirror, and the sky above it is the same pale silver blue. And the two of them together make a world that seems to have no edges, no top, no bottom, just an endless, luminous in-between. On those days, if you were on the water, you might see something. Ahead, first, just above the surface. Blue-grey, the exact colour of the sea on an overcast afternoon, so well matched to the water that you might look directly at it and see nothing unusual for a full moment before your eye catches the shape of it. A face, undeniably a face, with eyes that are the particular dark, clear colour of deep water, and an expression that is difficult to read. Not hostile, not afraid. Something more complicated than either of those things. Watchful. And then, because the blue men of the Minch are nothing if not direct, a voice. It calls out to you, and what it calls across the water is the first line of a poem. This is the thing about the blue men that sets them apart from almost every other creature in the whole wide world of folklore. Their challenge, the thing they ask of the sailors and fishermen who cross their waters, is not a feat of strength or a riddle with a trick answer, or the surrender of some treasure. It is a verse, a line of poetry called across the water, to which you must respond with a line of your own that completes it, that matches its rhythm and its meaning, and rises to meet it in the way that a good response to anything rises to meet what came before. If you can do it, if your answering line is good enough, worthy enough, alive enough, the blue man nods and lets you pass and slips back beneath the water without another word. If you cannot, if your response falls flat, if it stumbles in the meter or misses the scent, or simply does not sing the way a line of poetry should sing, then the blue men have been known to make the crossing somewhat more difficult than it might otherwise have been. Who are they exactly? The honest answer is that no one has ever been entirely sure. They appear in the folklore of the Scottish Hebrides primarily. These blue-skinned, sea-dwelling, verse-making beings who live in the caves beneath the surface of the Minder and emerge to test the sailors who pass above them. Some scholars have suggested they may be a memory of early Pictish peoples, or of the Norse who came to these waters and left their own marks on the mythology of the coast. Others have connected them to the fallen angels of Christian mythology, cast down not into fire, but into cold northern water, a particularly bleak reimagining that I prefer not to dwell on, because it makes them sound much sadder than they appear to be in the stories. Because in the stories, the blue men do not seem sad at all. They seem, if anything, engaged, interested, alert in the way that people are alert when they are doing something they find genuinely absorbing. The poetry contest is not, in the tellings, an act of malice or territorial aggression. It is more like a toll, yes, but a toll of the most civilized, imaginable kind. A toll that says, if you are going to cross my water, show me that you are paying attention. Show me that you know how language works, how rhythm works, how meaning can be carried in the sound of a thing as much as in its sense. Show me, in other words, that you are not merely passing through. There is a famous account, retold in several collections of Scottish and Irish folklore, of a sea captain who was particularly skilled at the crossing of the Minch, not because he was a powerful sailor or because he had found some trick of the currents, but because he was, by nature and by habit, a man who loved poetry. He had been reciting verse to himself since childhood, the way some people hum or whistle, as a way of keeping company with himself on long and solitary journeys. When the blue men surfaced and called their opening line across the water, he was ready. Not because he had prepared or practiced or been given any special knowledge, but simply because he had spent a lifetime filling himself up with the music of language. And when the moment came, the answer was already there. He crossed the Minch many times in his life, and every time, the blue men let him through. And once, just once, according to the story, after he had given a particularly fine answering line, one that landed on the water with a clarity and a rightness that seemed to satisfy something deeper than the usual exchange. He heard something unexpected as the blue man sank back below the surface. Laughter, low and brief and entirely genuine. The laughter of someone who has just heard something they truly enjoyed. I love that detail more than almost anything else in these stories. That laugh, because it suggests something about the blue men that the surface account of them, mysterious beings who challenge sailors to poetry contests, does not quite capture. It suggests that they are not merely testing, they are also hoping. They call out their opening line not only to see whether you will pass or fail, but with something like genuine anticipation, with the particular hope that anyone who loves something deeply carries into every encounter with it. Please, the laugh says, please be good. Please give me a line worth hearing. Please remind me, out here in these cold northern waters, that the surface world has not forgotten how to make something beautiful out of nothing but breath and sound and the precise arrangement of words. They want to be surprised. That is the truest thing about them. They want, after all these centuries of listening to sailors stumble through inadequate responses to their verses, to hear something that makes them laugh. The blue men are in their caves tonight, deep beneath the Minch, in those cold stone chambers where the water has carved something cathedral-like over thousands of years of patient insistence. High ceilings, smooth walls, the sound of the sea amplified and transformed into something resonant and immense, like breathing inside a very large, very old instrument. They are at rest, but not entirely asleep. Something in them is always listening, the way a musician is always listening, even in silence, even in sleep, for the quality of the sound around them. half attending to the water above, to the surface where the stars are reflected in the still winter sea, to the possibility, always the possibility, of a boat crossing the dark water with a sailor on deck who is already turning a line of poetry over and over in his mind, wearing it smooth with repetition, finding the shape of it, finding, without knowing why, exactly the right words. The sea is settling now, behind us. The Selkies are on their moonlit beach. The Merrow are drifting in their green depths, curious and unhurried. And in their caves beneath the Minch, the blue men are sleeping the light, listening sleep of poets who know that when the right voice comes, they will hear it. We have spent a long time on the water tonight, and it has been good. Cold and vast and full of extraordinary company, but the land is calling now. It has been waiting patiently, the way land always waits, solid and certain, and full of its own quiet wonders. Come ashore with me. We are going further in. We have come ashore now. Feel it beneath your feet, the difference of it, the solidity. After all that water, all that cold Atlantic vastness, all that gorgeous, terrifying depth, the ground is something else entirely, something that holds, something that does not shift and swell and rearrange itself beneath you according to its own enormous logic. The grass is wet with dew and very green, the particular saturated green that Irish grass achieves on cool mornings, that makes visitors from other countries stop in the middle of roads and stare, because they had been told about it and had assumed the telling was an exaggeration. It is not an exaggeration. We are moving inland now, away from the coast, away from the open sea. The land rises gently ahead of us. Low hills, rounded and ancient, covered in that same impossible green, and in the brown gold of bracken, and the purple grey of heather, not yet in flower. The sky above is wide and pale and moving. Great slow continents of cloud drifting across it from the west, the light changing every few minutes as they pass. Bright, then soft, then bright again, the whole landscape breathing with it. And ahead, settled into a fold between two hills, like something cupped gently in two hands. A lough. You know the word, perhaps. Lough, the Irish word for lake, pronounced to rhyme with the sound you make when you are trying to clear something from the back of your throat, a sound that does not exist in most other languages, and that visitors spend weeks trying to produce correctly, and almost never quite manage. It is a good word for what it names. There is something in that soft, back of the throat sound that captures the quality of these lakes perfectly. Something a little dark, a little deep, a little difficult to fully know. This lough is small, smaller than you might expect a lough to be. It fits neatly into its valley, surrounded by rushes and sedge grass at the margins, and by the low hills on all sides, sheltered from the wind that moves across the higher ground above. The surface is very still. On a morning like this one, with the clouds moving slowly overhead, the water reflects the sky so perfectly that it is difficult to tell where one ends and the other begins. Looking at it from a distance, you might not be entirely sure which way is up. It smells of water and wet stone and something else, something green and slightly mineral and very old, the smell of a place that has been undisturbed for long enough to develop its own particular atmosphere, its own specific quality of quiet. Sit down at the edge of it, if you like, The bank is soft. The rushes are close and tall on either side. And within them, if you are still, if you are patient, if you make no sudden moves and breathe slowly, and let the morning do its quiet work around you, there is movement. A ripple, first, a movement outward in smooth rings from somewhere in the rushes to your left. Then a sound, a small, wet, decisive sound, the sound of something that knows this water very well and moves through it accordingly. And then, if you are lucky, a shape, low in the water, sleek and dark, moving with that extraordinary, ribbon-like fluidity that otters have, that makes them look less like swimmers and more like something the water itself is doing. A current taking temporary form, an eddy given eyes and whiskers, and a long tapered tail that steers with small, precise movements. It stops. It looks at you. The eyes are very bright, very round, very direct in the way that the eyes of small, intelligent animals are direct, without self-consciousness, without performance, without any of the layers of consideration that sit between a human face and what it actually means. Just looking, just seeing, just assessing, with calm and rapid precision, exactly what you are and whether you are worth thinking about further. It decides, apparently, that you are. It keeps looking. The Dobhar-Chú. The name is Irish, and it means simply and exactly water hound, water dog, the hound of the Lough. And it is a name that has been given over the long centuries of Irish mythology and folklore, and the careful accumulation of stories passed between people who lived beside the water and paid attention to what lived there with them, to something that is not quite an ordinary otter, something older than that, something that has been in these lakes since before the lakes had names. The Dobhar-Chú appears in Irish legend as a creature of remarkable antiquity, mentioned in texts going back many hundreds of years, depicted on gravestones in the west of Ireland, with a specificity that suggests not imagination, but memory, not invention, but record. There is a gravestone in County Leitrim, in the churchyard at Cornwall, that carries an image carved in stone of a creature that is unmistakably otter-like and unmistakably extraordinary, long and sinuous, and depicted in mid-motion, with an energy that the stone somehow captures perfectly. A creature that knows the water the way only something born to it can know it. In the older, wilder versions of the stories, the Dobhar-Chú is a more formidable creature than the one we are meeting tonight. Larger, more dramatic, a king of the lakes, territorial and powerful. But I am more interested in the quieter stories, the ones told not around fires lit against fear, but around fires lit for warmth. On autumn evenings when the Lough was visible through the cottage window and the otters were moving in the rushes, and someone, a grandmother, perhaps, or an uncle who had fished these shores all his life, said, "Do you know what lives in that water? Do you know how old it is? Do you know that it has been here longer than this house, longer than this townland, longer than the oldest name we have for anything in this place?" In the softer telling, the Dobhar-Chú is simply this: a very old Otter-Spirit, the guardian and the keeper of still inland water. It moves through its Lough in the early mornings and the late evenings with the unhurried authority of something that has been responsible for a place for so long that the responsibility has become simply a part of what it is. The way a shepherd becomes, over enough years, inseparable from the hills he tends, The Lough is healthy because the Dobhar-Chú is in it. The water is clear because it is watched over. The fish move through it in their seasons because something ancient and attentive keeps the balance of the place, keeps the edges where they should be, keeps the stillness still. It asks in return only the ordinary courtesies of a shared place, that you move quietly at the water's edge, that you take only what you need and no more, that you notice, actually notice, not just pass through without looking, the quality of the morning light on the surface, the rings of the rise when a trout takes something from just below, the way the rushes move in a wind so light you cannot feel it on your face, but can only see its effect on things more sensitive than you, that you pay attention. That is all it has ever asked. I have spent a great deal of time beside still water in my life, not because I fish, or because I had any particular reason to be there, but because there is something that still water does to a restless mind that nothing else quite manages. It slows it. Something happens when you sit beside a lough on a quiet morning and watch the surface and let the silence of it reach you. The thoughts that felt urgent begin to feel less so. I suspect the Dobhar-Chú has something to do with this. That ancient, watchful presence in the still water. Patient beyond patience. Settled beyond settled. Having held this place in its careful, invisible attention for so long that the attention itself has become a quality of the water, inseparable from it. Something you take in when you breathe the air above the lough on a still morning. That is what it gives, I think. Not magic, not miracles, not wishes granted or futures foretold. Just stillness, passed from the water to you, quietly, without ceremony. The way warmth passes from one hand to another when two cold people sit close enough together. The Dobhar-Chú is somewhere in the rushes now, still watching, probably that bright, unabashed, entirely comfortable stare. Or perhaps it has slipped back beneath the surface, back down into the dark and the cold and the old stone bed of the lough, back into the silence that is its natural element the way air is ours. Either way, it is here. It is always here. The lough holds it, and it holds the lough. And between them, they hold a piece of the world in a stillness so complete and so long-standing that it has become something very close to peace. We will leave it to its morning now, but carry the stillness with you as we go, just a little of it, just enough to keep your breathing slow and your shoulders easy, and your mind moving at the pace of water rather than the pace of days. There is more of Ireland still to see, and our next creature is not far from here, just along the shore of the Lough, where the sedge grass gives way to a narrow strip of pale grey sand, and the water stretches away in both directions. And something is moving on the surface, unhurried and luminous, catching the morning light in a way that makes you stop walking and simply stand and look. Come and see. Just along the shore, just here, where the rush is thin and the bank becomes a narrow crescent of pale sand, the kind of sand that exists only at the margins of inland water, lighter and finer than sea sand, ground to softness over centuries by the patient work of the water moving against the stone, the kind of sand that holds footprints perfectly, that remembers everything that has passed across it. There are no footprints here this morning. Nothing has passed this way today but the water and the light and the swans. There are two of them, There are almost always two, in the stories and in the reality. Swans pair for life, which is one of the things about them that has made them such persistent presences in mythology and poetry, and the long memory of people who live beside water. Two swans on a still lough in the early morning are one of those images that require nothing added. No interpretation, no elaboration, no story layered on top of them to make them meaningful. They are simply, immediately, completely themselves. White against the dark water, moving with that effortless, unhurried glide that makes every other way of moving through the world seem effortful and slightly absurd by comparison. They are very large, up close. People forget this, who have not stood near one. The mute swan is one of the largest flying birds in the world, and on the water, it carries that size, with a composure so absolute that the size itself seems like a kind of grace. Not weight to be managed, but presence to be inhabited, fully and without apology. The neck curves down to touch the surface, gently. The water barely registers it. Cilldara. The name means, in Irish, the Church of the Oak, and it is the old name for Kildare, the town in the Midlands of Ireland, where St. Bridget built her great monastery in the 5th century, beside a sacred oak tree that had been holy long before Christianity arrived, and remained holy long after. Because holiness, in Ireland, has always been more about the place than the institution. The swans associated with Cilldara, and with the wider tradition of sacred loughs throughout Ireland, are not a single creature with a single story, but something more like a recurring presence, a type of being, a category of the sacred that appears again and again across the landscape and the mythology in ways that are consistent enough to suggest something real being remembered, something genuine being honoured. In Irish mythology, the swan is almost always more than a swan, the most famous of all Irish stories, one of the great Eiling, the vision poems and mythological tales of the early Irish tradition, is the story of the children of Leah, 4 royal children transformed by a jealous stepmother into swans, condemned to spend 900 years on the water before they can return to human form. For 900 years, they float on 3 great bodies of water. First, the lake beside their childhood home. Then the wild waters of the Moyle between Ireland and Scotland. Then the waters of the west coast, calling to each other in voices that are still, undeniably, human. Still the voices of siblings. Still the voices of people who remember, across 9 centuries of feathers and cold water, and the long, patient turning of seasons, who they were, and what they loved and what was taken from them. It is one of the most beautiful and most heartbreaking stories in the Irish tradition, and it left, in the culture, a permanent tenderness towards swans, because of the children of Leah, because of the many other stories like it, the lovers transformed into swans, the gods who wear swan shapes when they travel between worlds, the enchanted princes and princesses who call across the water in voices that break the heart of anyone who hears them. The killing of a swan in Ireland was considered, for a very long time, one of the gravest possible acts. Not merely unlucky, though it was certainly that, but something more serious than bad luck, something closer to a violation of something sacred, a transgression against the possibility that what looks like an animal might be carrying inside it a person, a story, a life that deserves more consideration than it appears to require from the outside. There is something in this that goes beyond the specific stories. Something that the Swan's actual presence in the world seems to generate independently of mythology. A quality of the creature itself, before any story is laid upon it, that invites this kind of consideration. Watch them for long enough, and you will feel it. The two swans on the lough this morning are not moving toward anything in particular. They drift. They turn very slowly, describing wide, unhurried arcs across the still surface. Occasionally, one dips its head beneath the water and comes up again, the neck shedding silver droplets that catch the light and fall back in small, clean circles. Occasionally, they draw close together, close enough that their feathers almost touch, and then drift apart again, the gap between them widening us and narrowing with a kind of easy, unspoken rhythm. The rhythm of two creatures who have been in each other's company for long enough that the distance between them is simply another form of closeness. They make a sound, sometimes. Not the trumpeting call of the whooper swan, which is dramatic and carries for miles. The mute swan sound is softer than that. A kind of exhalation, a breath with a note in it, somewhere between a sigh and a word in a language made entirely of feeling. In the old stories, when swans sing, when they produce that fabled, mythologized sound that gave us the phrase swan song, the last beautiful thing made before something ends, the sound is described as something that does not translate into grief exactly, or into joy, but into something that holds both of those things at once without contradiction. The sound of something that is fully itself, fully present, at the very moment of its fullest expression. I have sometimes thought that the swans on the sacred loughs of Ireland are not singing of their own stories, not of the children of Lough, not of the enchanted lovers, not of any particular transformation or tragedy. I think they are singing of all of it at once. Every story that was ever told about them, every person who ever stood at the edge of a lough on a quiet morning and felt, without knowing quite why, that the white shape on the water was not simply a bird, that it was a memory, a presence, a thin place, moving. St. Bridget, at her monastery in Cilldara, was said to love the swans that lived on the lake nearby. She watched over them, and they, in whatever way swans watch over things, watched over her. There was an understanding between them, not spoken, not formal, not reducible to any exchange of services or acknowledgement, just a mutual recognition, a knowing of each other across the difference of species and language and the ordinary categories that separate one kind of living thing from another. She fed them, it is said, from her own hand, and they came to her, not warily, not in the grudging way of wild creatures who have been habituated to human presence and accept it without warmth. They came to her the way they come to each other, with a settled ease, a comfortable certainty, as though her presence on the bank of the Lough was simply part of the landscape they moved through, as though she belonged there, beside the water, and they had always known it. The swans are still there, both of them, drifting in their slow and luminous arcs across the still water. The light has changed while we have been watching, shifted from the pale grey of early morning to something warmer, something with more gold in it, the first real warmth of the day reaching across the Lough and laying itself on the water like a hand. The swans move through it. They do not hurry. They have 900 years of patience, if the stories are to be believed. 900 years of learning to inhabit the water and the light and the turning of seasons with a grace that was not given to them, but earned, one quiet morning at a time. Whatever they are, birds, or enchanted souls, or the living memory of every story ever told about them, or all of those things at once, they are here. And the Lough holds them, as it has always held them, as it will hold them long after this morning is over, and the light has changed again, and the day has moved on into whatever it becomes. Let them have their quiet. Let the water be still, and let us, gently, carefully, without disturbing the surface any more than we must, turn away from the Lough now and begin to move towards higher ground. The hills are waiting. The morning is opening, and somewhere up on the long green slope above us, in the light that is just now beginning to warm the grass and lift the last of the dew into the air, in faint, rising threads of mist, something is moving, something gold, something that carries the summer in it, even in the cold of this morning, that makes the light around it seem warmer than it is, that leaves the faintest impression of warmth in the grass wherever it has passed. Come and see. The Lough is behind us now. The ground rises gently beneath our feet as we move away from the water. The grass longer here, wilder, less tended, full of the small flowers that grow in the margins of managed places where the land has been left to its own devices long enough to remember what it actually wants to be. Clover and tormentil, and the tiny blue stars of forget-me-nots tucked in close to the ground, and everywhere the soft, persistent hum of things with wings moving between them, unhurried and purposeful in equal measure. The hill ahead of us is called Áine, the Hill of Áine. It rises from the flat plains of County Limerick in the south of Ireland, with a gentle, rounded authority, not dramatic, not jagged, not the kind of hill that makes you feel small, the kind that makes you feel instead that the land is offering you something, a higher place, a wider view, a position from which the world arranges itself into something that can be held in a single gaze. All the fields and hedgerows and the silver thread of the river and the sky, enormous above it all. It has been a sacred hill for a very long time, long before it was given its name, long before anyone thought to connect it to the golden, warm-handed, endlessly generous being who has claimed it as her own for more centuries than the counting of centuries goes back. Áine, say it the right way, if you can, or be unia, two soft syllables, the first one open and warm, and the second falling away, like the end of a sigh. It is a name that sounds, when you say it correctly, like something good happening to the weather, like the moment when the clouds part and the sun arrives, suddenly and without announcement, and the whole world shifts from grey to gold in the space of a breath. This is not a coincidence. Áine is the divine presence of summer light, of the long, golden, slow evenings of the Irish summer, when the sun does not set until 10 o'clock, and the fields hold the warmth of the day long into the night, and the air smells of cut grass and something flowering, and everything seems, just for a little while, to be exactly as it should be. She is one of the Tuatha De Danann, the people of the goddess Danu, the divine race of beings who, in Irish mythology, inhabited Ireland before the coming of the Gaels and retreated when the Gaels arrived, not out of the world entirely, but sideways into it, into the hills and the hollow places, the fairy mounds and the sacred lofts, and the thin places where the veil between this world and theirs is fine enough to feel. Áine retreated into her hill, and she has been there ever since. What is she like? The old texts describe her with a consistency that suggests something being remembered rather than invented. She is always luminous, not in the blinding, unapproachable way of a sun god. Nothing fierce or overwhelming about the light that surrounds her, but warm. The warmth of afternoon rather than noon. The warmth that invites rather than repels. She wears gold, always, and her hair is gold. And where she walks, the grass beneath her feet retains a warmth for hours after she has passed. The way a stone that has been in the sun all day retains its warmth into the evening, long after the sun has gone. She is generous. This is the quality that the stories return to most consistently, more even than her beauty or her power. She gives. She gives light and warmth and the fertility of the land, the good harvests, the healthy herds, the crops that come in full and golden in August, when the whole of the south of Ireland smells of ripening, and the hedgerows are heavy with blackberries, and the rowan trees are red with berries, and the whole landscape seems to be offering itself, open-handed, to anyone who thought to tend it and wait. On Midsummer Eve, the night of the summer solstice, when the light lasts longest, and the veil is at its thinnest, and the boundary between the ordinary world and the world of the Tuatha De Danann becomes something you can almost reach out and touch. The people who lived around Stoc Áine would climb her hill. They would bring torches made of straw and hay, bundled and bound and carried high, and they would light them from a central fire at the top of the hill, and then process down through the fields and the farms with the torches blazing, moving through the crops, moving between the cattle, spreading the light and the warmth of Áine's midsummer blessing across everything that needed to grow, across everything that needed to be held and protected through the seasons to come. There is a story about Áine that is not one of the grand mythological narratives, not a story of battles or transformations, or the great cosmic events that populate the higher levels of Irish legend. It is a small story, a domestic one, almost. And I love it precisely for that. A farmer, somewhere in the fields below Stoc Áine, was having a difficult summer. The rains had come too early and stayed too long, and the grass was poor, and the hay was poor, and the cattle were lean, and the whole prospect of the coming winter had taken on a grey and anxious quality that sat on his shoulders from morning to night. One evening, coming home late across the fields, the long way, the way that takes you along the base of the hill rather than through the lower fields, he heard music, not distant music, not the kind of music you can convince yourself might be wind or water, or the particular tricks that the acoustics of a hillside sometimes plays on tired ears. Real music, close and clear and unmistakable. A melody that seemed to be made of the same substance as the evening light, the same gold and warmth, the same quality of something that was almost over but was choosing generously to stay a little longer. He stopped, and there, on the slope of the hill above him, in the last of the evening light, was a woman. She was not looking at him. She was sitting in the grass, with her knees drawn up and her face turned toward the west, toward the last of the sunset. And she was singing to herself with the easy, unself-conscious absorption of someone who does not know they are being observed, and would not mind, particularly if they did. He stood very still. Later, he could not say how long he stood there. Long enough for the light to change. Long enough for the first stars to appear. Long enough for the song to become, somehow, not a sound he was hearing, but a warmth he was feeling, in his chest, in his hands, in the place between his shoulders where the anxiety had been sitting all summer like a stone. When he finally moved, a single step, a small sound, the inevitable betrayal of a human body that has been still too long. She turned and looked at him, and she smiled, not surprised, not displeased. The smile of someone who had known he was there all along and had simply been waiting with infinite patience for him to announce himself. He said later that he tried to speak, that he had questions, the practical, urgent questions of a farmer facing a hard winter, about the grass and the cattle and the rain, and whether things would improve. But somehow, in the warmth of that smile, in the last gold of that summer evening on the side of her hill, the questions did not seem as urgent as they had. The stone between his shoulders was simply not there anymore. He walked home in the dark, across fields that smelled of warm earth and late clover. And the winter, when it came, was not as hard as he had feared. Whether Áine had anything to do with that, whether the warmth she had given him that evening was something more than the ordinary warmth of a summer night experienced for once, without the weight of worry, he could never say for certain. But he climbed her hill every midsummer eve for the rest of his life. And every time, as he reached the top and turned to look at the fields spread out below him in the long golden light, he felt it again. That warmth, that settled, golden, open-handed ease, that sense of a world that was, at its deepest level, generous. Áine is still on her hill tonight. Not visible, not in the way the farmer saw her. That was a midsummer gift, a thin place moment, the veil pulled back just far enough for something true to show through. Tonight she is simply present in the way that warmth is present, even after the source of it has moved on, in the grass that is still, even now, slightly warmer than the grass of the fields around the hill. She is there, and the hill holds her, as it has always held her, as it will always hold her, gold and patient and generous, beyond the counting of generosity, keeping the summer alive in the heart of the hill, through all the long, cold months, until the solstice comes again, and the torches are lit, and the fields are walked, and the blessing moves, warm and unhurried, through everything that grows. Let the warmth of her stay with you as we move on. Carry it with you into the next part of the night. The hill is behind us now. The land opens ahead, wider, wilder, the fields giving way to rougher ground, to moorland and scattered rock, and the long, wind-swept ridges that the Irish call the high places. The sky above them is immense, and somewhere in that wide and open landscape, moving through the thin morning mist with a lightness that suggests it is barely touching the ground, something white, something that was there a moment ago and may or may not still be there now. Come quickly, quietly, and keep your eyes on the tree line. There, did you see it? Just at the edge of the trees. That long line of hazel and rowan and twisted blackthorn that marks the boundary between the open moorland and the older, deeper wood beyond. Just for a moment. Just long enough to be certain. And then just long enough to become uncertain again. Which is exactly how these things always happen. A shape. White. Not the dirty, weathered white of something that was once another colour. But a clean, deep, absolute white. The white of something that has always been exactly this colour and could not be imagined as anything else. Tall, still, with a head that was turned just slightly in your direction. Antlers rising against the dark tree line like the branches of a tree that has decided to walk. And then it was gone into the wood, without sound, without the crack of undergrowth that a real deer of that size would inevitably make. Just gone. The way things go in the deep old places of the world, when they have been seen for exactly as long as they intended to be seen, and not a moment longer. The white stag. It appears in the mythology of Ireland, the way it appears in the landscape, at the edge of things, at the boundary between the known and the unknown, the ordinary and the sacred, the world of daylight business, and the older world that runs alongside it, and occasionally, briefly, becomes visible. It is always at the margin, always just stepping into or out of the tree line, always glimpsed at dusk or dawn, when the light is ambiguous, and the categories of the world are less fixed than they are at noon. And it is always, in the stories, a beginning. The white stag does not appear to frighten. It does not appear as an omen of disaster or a warning of punishment or the harbinger of any of the dark things that populate the less comfortable corners of mythology. It appears as an invitation, a beckoning, a gentle, wordless suggestion that the person who has seen it, whoever they are, wherever they are in their life, whatever they are carrying that morning, should follow, should go a little further than they plan to go today, should see what is on the other side of the tree line, in the great cycles of Irish mythology, the stories of the Fianna, those noble bands of warriors and hunters and poets who roam the wild places of Ireland in the service of something larger than themselves. The white stag appears again and again as a creature that leads the hunt into the other world. Not a cruel leading, not a trap, a leading toward. The hounds course after it through the deep wood, and it stays always just ahead, always visible just long enough to keep the chase alive. And the hunters follow and follow and follow until suddenly the wood opens, and the world they find themselves in is not the world they left. It is older than that, more beautiful. The light is different, warmer, more golden, as though it is always the best hour of the best afternoon in the best month of the year. And the trees are enormous, and the grass is extraordinary, and the air tastes of something that has no name in any language spoken by people who have not been here before. The other world, the land beneath the land, the place the Tuatha De Danann went when they stepped sideways out of ordinary time. The white stag brings you there, and then it stops, and it turns, and it looks at you with those large, impossibly calm eyes. And in the looking, there is a question. Not a frightening question, not a test with consequences, but the simplest question imaginable. What do you need? What is it you have been looking for? Not in the urgent, practical way of someone who has lost their keys, but in the deep, slow, almost unacknowledged way of someone who has been walking towards something for years without being entirely sure what it is. The other world has it, or it has something close enough to it that the difference, when you are standing in that golden light with the enormous trees around you and the white stag watching with those calm eyes, does not seem to matter. There is a story from the Fenian cycle, one of the oldest, most widely told stories in the whole tradition, about a hunt that followed the white stag for an entire day across the landscape of Ireland, from the eastern coasts to the western mountains, through valleys and over passes and along the edges of great loughs, the hounds running tirelessly and the stag staying always just ahead, always visible, never quite caught. At the end of the day, as the light was failing and the hunters were exhausted and the hounds had finally, reluctantly, given up the chase and sunk down panting in the long grass of a hillside none of them had ever seen before, the stag stopped at the edge of a wood in the last of the light, and it turned, as it always turns, and it looked at the hunters with those clear and thoughtful eyes, and then it simply walked into the trees. Unhurried, unafraid, as though the whole long day of running had been entirely on its own terms, at its own pace, for its own purposes, as though it had never been running away at all, as though it had been, all along, leading them somewhere. The hunters looked at each other, and then they looked at the hillside they were on, the particular hillside, the particular valley below it, the particular quality of the evening light, and the particular sound of the stream they could hear, but not see in the wood below. And the oldest among them, who had spent his whole life in these wild places and knew every hill and valley and river crossing of Ireland, looked around slowly and said, "I have never been here before." And the way he said it, not with fear, not with disorientation, but with a slow, wondering smile, made it clear that this was not a bad thing, that this was, in fact, exactly the point. The white stag is not a creature you can seek. This is important to understand. You cannot go looking for it. You cannot set out on a morning with the specific intention of finding it and expect anything except an ordinary walk through an ordinary landscape, however beautiful. It does not respond to intention. It does not come to those who want it specifically. It comes to those who are ready for it. And readiness, in the language of these old stories, is not a state of preparation or worthiness, or any of the things we might normally associate with deserving something. Readiness is simply openness, a quality of attention, the willingness to follow a thread without knowing exactly where it leads, the ability to be surprised by the direction the day takes without immediately trying to redirect it back to the original plan. The white stag appears to people who are, in some essential way, paying attention to the right things. And when it appears, when you see that flash of impossible white at the edge of the tree line, those antlers against the dark, the only right response is to follow, not frantically, not immediately, not dropping everything and crashing through the undergrowth in a panic, just turning your feet in that direction, just beginning to walk at a good pace, with your eyes open and your breathing steady, and the particular quality of alert, curious, undemanding attention that is the best way to move through any landscape that might be about to show you something extraordinary. The stag will stay visible, just barely, just enough. It knows the way. The wood is quiet now. The white stag is somewhere in the deep of it, standing in a shaft of light between two enormous trees, perhaps perfectly still, those clear eyes looking at something only it can see, or moving in that silent, floating way, deeper into the old growth where the branches meet overhead, and the light comes through in columns, and the ground is soft with centuries of fallen leaves, and the whole place has the quality of a held breath, of a world that is waiting for something it has been waiting for a very long time. We will not follow it tonight. Tonight is for rest, not for quests. Tonight the stag has simply shown itself, has let us see it at the edge of the tree line for that single, perfect, just long enough moment. And that is its gift. Not a destination, not a journey, just the knowledge that it is there, that the wood is deeper than it looks, that there are places in this world, and in the world alongside this one, that are still wild and still old and still full of things that move through them in white silence, leading no one anywhere tonight, simply present, simply themselves, simply keeping the possibility of the extraordinary alive in the landscape for anyone patient enough to look toward the tree line at exactly the right moment. You looked, you saw it, that is enough. Come away from the wood now. The night is deepening, and the moorland is dark around us, and there is a road ahead, just visible, that pale thread of packed earth winding between the hills. And on that road, or beside it, or perhaps simply becoming visible out of the darkness at the edge of it, in the way that certain creatures do when the night is at a particular depth and the wind is doing that particular thing it does on the high ground between one place and another. There is something else, something dark this time, where the stag was white, something low and swift and moving with an energy that is nothing like the stag's stillness, an energy that is all forward motion, all rhythm, all the particular, intoxicating momentum of something running because running is simply what it loves most in the world. Stay close and don't be alarmed by the dark. The creature on that road means you no harm at all. It is simply glad to have someone to run with. There is a particular quality to the darkness on the high roads of Ireland at night. Not the darkness of a room with the curtains drawn, or the darkness of a city street between two pools of lamplight. Those darknesses are temporary, domestic, easily resolved. This is a different kind, the kind that has been here since before the road was made, that existed when this was just a track worn by centuries of feet between one settlement and another, that was here before the settlements themselves, and will be here long after the last light in the last house on the valley below has gone out. It is not a frightening darkness. That is the important thing to understand. It is simply a very old one, a darkness that has settled into itself completely, that is not the absence of something, but the presence of something, the presence of all the night that has ever existed in this particular stretch of country, accumulated and deepened over centuries into something with a texture and a weight to it that you can feel on your skin if you stand still long enough. Stand still now. Let your eyes adjust. The road ahead is just visible, that pale, faint thread of it winding up over the shoulder of the hill. The grass on either side is very dark. The sky above is enormous and cold and scattered with stars that seem, up here on the high ground, with no light below to dim them, almost unreasonably bright. The wind moves across the moorland in long, slow waves that you can hear coming from a long way off before they reach you. A sound like breathing, like the whole hillside drawing in a slow and easy breath. And then, a sound that is not the wind, something rhythmic, something purposeful, coming from the dark ahead of you on the road, from somewhere over the shoulder of the hill, still out of sight but growing steadily more audible. A soft percussion, 4-beat and easy, the sound of something large moving at a comfortable pace across the packed earth of the road. And then, over the hill it comes. It is enormous. That is the first thing. Not threatening enormous, not the size that makes you want to step back, though your body, following instincts older than reason, may attempt to do exactly that, but genuinely, majestically, wonderfully large, the size of a small horse or a very large calf, but shaped entirely and unmistakably like a dog, with a deep chest and the long, powerful legs, and the great head held low and easy, and the tail moving in a slow, satisfied arc behind it. And it is green, not a lurid green, not a painted green, the green of deep moss on old stone, the green of lichen on a north-facing wall, the green of the underside of a leaf in very old woodland where the light has been filtered through 100 feet of canopy. A dark, living, entirely natural green, as though it has grown out of this landscape rather than arrived in it, as though it is made of the same substance as the hills themselves, the same ancient, patient, green-going stuff. It moves down the road towards you with the unhurried, ground-eaten lope of a dog that knows exactly where it is going and is in no particular hurry to get there, but will, without question, arrive. It sees you. It slows. Those great dark eyes find you in the dark with an ease that makes clear the darkness is no obstacle to it whatsoever. And in those eyes, as your own eyes adjust and the starlight does its quiet work, you see something that the size and the colour and the general magnificence of the creature had not quite prepared you for. Warmth. Simple, uncomplicated, entirely dog-like warmth. The Sídhe, the fairy hound, the hound of the Sídhe, the great green dog of the otherworld, is, at its heart, a dog. Whatever else it is, whatever mythology surrounds it, and whatever purposes it serves in the grand architecture of the Irish otherworld, it is first and most fundamentally a dog. And it carries all the ancient, uncomplicated goodness of dogs with it into every story it appears in, the way a river carries the quality of its source all the way to the sea. Dogs have been companions to the people of Ireland for as long as there have been people of Ireland to have companions. They are woven into the culture at every level, in mythology and history and daily life, and the long memory of a people who understood, early and completely, that a dog beside your fire on a winter night is not a small thing. It is a warmth that goes beyond temperature, a company that goes beyond conversation, a loyalty so complete and so consistent that it becomes, over time, one of the fixed points of the world, one of the things you can count on when other things are less certain. The Sídhe carries all of that, and then something more. In the old stories, the Sídhe runs errands for the fairy folk. The Tuatha de Danann in their hollow hills, Áine on her golden summit, the whole luminous, sideways shifted population of the Irish otherworld, who still need things carried between places, still need messages delivered, still need the roads between this world and theirs kept clear and safe and properly attended to. The Sídhe is the one who runs those roads. It moves between the worlds with the ease of something that has never been fully in only one of them, that exists permanently and comfortably, in the space where the two overlap. And because it moves those roads constantly, because it knows every step of them in the way that only a creature who has run them 10,000 times in every weather and every season can know them, it is also, in some important sense, a guardian of them. Not a fierce guardian, not the kind that challenges and tests and turns back the unworthy. The Sídhe is more like a shepherd than a sentinel, keeping the roads clear, keeping the boundaries intact, keeping the whole complicated, layered, endlessly interpenetrating relationship between this world and the other one running smoothly, without drama, the way the best and most essential work always runs, without being noticed much, until you happen to be on the high road on the right kind of night. It has stopped in front of you now. It is very large, this close. You can feel the warmth coming off it, which surprises you. You had not expected warmth. You would expect the cold of the other world, the chill of thin places and old magic. It sniffs your hand, considers, and then, with a decisive simplicity that dogs have always had and humans have always envied, it makes up its mind about you. Its tail, which has been moving in that slow and measured arc, quickens, just slightly, just enough. It turns, looks back at you over its great green shoulder, takes a few steps up the road, stops, looks back again, waiting. This is the invitation the Sídhe occasionally extends to the people it meets on the night roads. Not to everyone. It is particular about this, in the way that dogs are always particular about who they decide to trust, with a precision that defies explanation and has never required one. But sometimes, on the right night, to the right person, or perhaps simply to a person who is carrying something that the road ahead might help them set down, it waits, and if you follow, it will run with you. Not ahead of you, not behind you, but beside you, at a pace that is somehow exactly the right pace, that draws something out of your legs and your lungs that you did not know was there. A pace that makes the road unroll beneath you with an ease that ordinary walking never quite achieves, as though the ground is cooperating, as though the night itself has arranged its darkness into something that supports rather than obscures. It will not take you to the other world, not tonight, not unless that is exactly what you need, and it will know whether it is or not long before you do. Most of the time, it will simply run with you through the dark, through the high country, under the immense and star-scattered sky, for exactly as long as you need to be running. And when you arrive, wherever you arrive, whatever the place is that the road delivers you to, you will find that something has shifted. Not dramatically, not in any way that could be definitively attributed to the running, or the company, or the great warm green presence that ran beside you. Just the ordinary, extraordinary, quietly transformative shift of having moved through the dark and arrived somewhere with more ease than you expected. The Sídhe will be gone by then, but you will remember, for a long time, the warmth of it beside you in the dark, the sound of its breathing, easy and even. The road levels out ahead of us now. The high moorland is dropping away on either side, the ground softening as we descend toward the valley, toward the fields and the hedgerows, and the distant, warm-windowed geometry of a farmhouse sitting in its hollow, with its smoke rising straight and slow into the still night air. The Sídhe is already gone, back over the hill, back into the dark, back to whatever comes next on its long and necessary circuit of the roads between the worlds. But look, Just there, at the edge of the lane, where the hedgerow makes a gap and the moonlight comes through at a low angle, lying in a patch of silver light, as though it has been placed there deliberately by someone who understood the value of a good entrance. A pony, dark as the road itself, round-eyed and still, and watching us come down the hill with an expression that is entirely unreadable, and somehow, in its very unreadability, deeply amusing. I know this creature, and so I suspect, in some part of you that remembers older stories than you think you do. Do you? Every country has its trickster. Every mythology, every tradition, every long accumulation of stories told by people trying to make sense of a world that persistently refuses to behave itself. Somewhere in there is a trickster, a being whose essential nature is disruption, whose relationship with the ordinary rules of the world is one of cheerful, creative, thoroughly unrepentant non-compliance, whose presence in a story is a signal that whatever you are expecting to happen is probably not what is going to happen, and that this is, on balance, likely to be more interesting. Ireland has the Pooka, and the Pooka, tonight, is standing in a gap in the hedgerow at the bottom of the hill, watching us come down the lane with those large round eyes and that expression of absolute, uncanny stillness that ponies have when they are thinking about something that they would prefer you not to know they are thinking about. It is small, smaller than the Chú Sídhe, much smaller, pony-sized, the compact and sturdy size of the native Irish breeds that have been on this island since long before any record was kept of such things. Its coat is dark, very dark, the dark of a peat bog at midnight, of deep water under a clouded sky, of earth just turned. In the moonlight, it has a faint, iridescent quality, like the wing of a dark bird seen at the right angle. Its mane is long and somewhat wild, its tail the same, and its eyes are gold, not metaphorically gold, actually gold, the warm, deep, distinctly non-equine gold of something that is not entirely a pony and has never particularly tried to hide this fact. The Pooka. The name comes from the Irish Pooka, which is related to the Old Norse Pooki and the Welsh Féidhlim, and a whole family of related words that spread across the northern world's mythology, like the roots of a very old tree, all of them pointing toward roughly the same thing, a shape-shifting spirit associated with the wild and the liminal, with the night and the in-between places and the edges of the known world, where the ordinary rules begin to thin. In Ireland, the Pooka's favourite form is this one, the dark pony, compact and wild-maned and gold-eyed, and entirely too still for an ordinary animal, with that quality of intelligence behind the eyes that is immediately and unmistakably apparent to anyone who has spent time around real horses and knows the difference between the look of an animal that is thinking about grass and the look of an animal that is thinking about you. The Pooka is always thinking about you, not maliciously. That is the crucial thing about the Irish Pooka, the thing that distinguishes it from the more dangerous shapeshifters of other traditions. It is not a predator. It has no interest in harm. What it has an interest in, a deep, abiding, centuries-long, apparently inexhaustible interest, is mischief, genuine, inventive, surprisingly affectionate mischief, the kind that is less about causing damage and more about causing disruption, about taking the neat, predictable, carefully arranged sequence of your day and rearranging it, just slightly, into something unexpected, something that forces you to look up from wherever you have been looking and notice that the world is larger and stranger and considerably more entertaining than the narrow channel of your routine had suggested. The Pooka has been doing this for a very long time. It appears in Irish literature as far back as the 10th century, in glossaries and legal texts, and the earliest collections of stories. Always recognizable, always itself, always slightly ahead of whatever net the scholars and the storytellers are attempting to throw over it. It appears in Shakespeare, some argue, the Puck of A Midsummer Night's Dream, carrying clear traces of the Irish Pooka. The same quicksilver energy, the same delight in confusion, the same fundamental goodwill underneath the disruption. It appears in the oral tradition of every county in Ireland, in stories that vary enormously in their specifics and agree completely in their essentials. The Pooka is here. The Pooka is watching. The Pooka has opinions about how things should be arranged and is not above acting on those opinions at 2 o'clock in the morning on a quiet country road. In the gentler stories, which are the ones I want to tell you tonight, because we are in the gentle hours now, and the night is deepening, and the fire in the farmhouse below is warm, and we are moving toward it. The Pooka is something rather lovely. On certain nights, in certain places, the Pooka will offer a ride. It will stand very still at the edge of the road, patient and apparently cooperative, and it will wait for the tired traveller to make the obvious decision. And the tired traveller, whose feet ache and whose pack is heavy, and who has a good long way still to go before morning, will look at this small, dark, conveniently present pony and will think, well, it seems friendly enough. And they will climb on, and the Pooka will run, not dangerously, not the terrifying, uncontrollable gallop of the more dramatic versions of the story. The Pooka of the gentle telling runs the way the Sídhe ran, with a ground-eating, effortless lope that covers distance without seeming to, that makes the night air move against your face in a way that is cold and exhilarating and somehow, inexplicably, deeply funny. Because there is something funny about riding a magical pony through the Irish countryside at midnight. The Pooka seems to know this. There is something in the set of its ears, in the way it moves, that suggests it finds the whole arrangement as entertaining as you do. And it will take you home. Not to the right home, always. Not necessarily to the home you were heading for, or the home you thought you needed, but to a home, to warmth, to firelight, to the particular shelter that you actually required on that particular night, which may or may not be the one you had planned. The Pooka has better instincts about this than most people do about themselves, which is one of the things that makes it invaluable, and also one of the things that makes it, occasionally, infuriating. There is a tradition, mentioned in several of the old accounts, and still remembered in parts of the West, that on the 1st of November, Samhain, the great turning of the Irish year, the Pooka is bound by some old agreement to be helpful, genuinely, straightforwardly helpful. No tricks, no detours, no arriving somewhere unexpected and having to work out for yourself why the Pooka decided this was where you needed to be. On Samhain night, the Pooka will speak, in some accounts, will address the traveller in plain and civil Irish, and offer, straightforwardly, to take them where they need to go. It will deliver them safely and on time and without incident, and it will accept whatever small courtesy is offered in return: a word of thanks, a handful of grain, the simple acknowledgement of a service freely given, with a dignity that sits surprisingly well on something that's spent the rest of the year turning people's haystacks upside down and making their cows give sour milk. Because here is the thing about the Pooka, the thing underneath all the mischief and the rearranging and the gold eyes watching from the dark of the hedgerow. It is fond of us, genuinely, helplessly, completely fond of us, in the way that a very clever and very energetic being becomes fond of the creatures it has spent centuries observing. It knows us too well for the fondness to be naive. It has watched too many of our bad decisions and our stubbornness and our insistence on taking the long way around to every realization to have any illusions about what we are. And it is fond of us anyway. It finds us in our muddle and our persistence and our occasional, unexpected grace endlessly interesting. The mischief is not malice. It was never malice. It is attention. The only way the Pooka knows how to say, "I see you. I have always seen you. And whatever you get up to, I will be here, at the edge of the road, watching with these gold eyes, ready to carry you home when the night gets long." The Pooka is still there in the gap in the hedgerow. Its gold eyes catch the moonlight and return it, warm and steady, as you come level with it on the lane. It does not move. It watches you pass with that expression, unreadable, ancient, containing entire libraries of opinion about the human race. And its breath makes small clouds in the cold night air, and its dark coat absorbs the moonlight without reflecting it. And it is, in this moment, one of the most entirely present things you have ever been this close to. You could reach out and touch that dark mane. You could, but the night is not Samhain, and you are almost at the farmhouse, and the fire is warm, and some instinct that has been listening to these old stories all its life tells you, gently but firmly, that tonight is a night for arriving rather than for riding. The Pooka watches you go. You feel those gold eyes on your back all the way to the gate, and when you turn, just before you lift the latch, it is gone. The hedgerow stands empty and silver in the moonlight. The lane curves away up the hill into the dark. The wind moves through the gap where the Pooka was, very softly, as though filling in the space it has left. And somewhere up on the high ground, just out of earshot, just beyond the reach of the moonlight, you might, if you listen very carefully, hear something laughing, low and brief and entirely genuine. The Pooka's gold eyes are behind us now, watching from the dark of the hedgerow as we move further down the lane. There is still laughter in the air, or something like laughter, something that could be laughter if laughter were made of wind and the particular quality of a night that knows it has been entertaining and is quietly pleased with itself. The Pooka has that effect on the places it has recently occupied, a residue of mischief, faint and not unpleasant, like the smell of wood smoke after a fire has been put out. The thing itself is gone, but the evidence of it lingers in the air for a while, reminding you that something warm was here. The lane narrows ahead. The hedgerows on either side grow taller and closer, the hawthorn and the elder leaning in overhead, until the lane becomes something almost tunnel-like, dark and close, and smelling of wet earth and old wood and the faint, sweet rot of autumn leaves settling into the ground. Your footsteps are very loud here, very present. The only sound besides the wind moving through the branches overhead and the distant, faint sound of water. Water, getting closer. The lane opens suddenly, the hedgerows pulling back on both sides, the sky reappearing enormous and dark and salted with stars, and you find yourself at the edge of a wide, flat expanse of moorland. The ground underfoot changes instantly from the packed earth of the lane to something softer, spongier, the particular give of ground that has water very close beneath its surface. The grass is long and pale in the starlight. The heather stretches away on all sides. And at the far edge of the moor, barely visible in the dark, the faint gleam of water. A lake, small and still and very dark, sitting in the hollow of the moor, like something the land cupped in its hands and decided to keep. And at its edge, a horse. Not the Pooka's dark energy, not the Sídhe's great green momentum, something quieter than either of those. Something that has been standing exactly where it is standing for long enough that it has become, in some sense, part of the landscape. As much a feature of this particular edge of moorland as the water behind it, or the reeds at the shore, or the dark hills beyond. It is grey. A deep, soft, particular grey. The grey of the lake on an overcast afternoon, of the mist that sits in the valley bottoms on autumn mornings, of old stone that has been standing in all weathers for a very long time and has absorbed something of every one of them. Not white, not black, not any of the more dramatic colours, just grey. The colour of the threshold, the colour of the between. It stands very still. Its head is low, not grazing, just low, held in that particular position that large animals sometimes hold when they are attending to something that does not require the head to be raised, something internal, some slow and unhurried process of simply being present in a place at a particular time. Its eyes are open. You can see the faint reflection of the stars in them from here. This is the Glashtyn. The name comes from a tradition shared between Ireland and the Isle of Man, that old, often overlooked island sitting in the Irish Sea between Ireland and Britain, which has always been a place where the folklore of multiple cultures meets and crosses and produces something that belongs entirely to itself. The Glashtyn is one of those creatures of the in-between, between nations, between elements, between the water and the land in the most literal possible sense, because the Glashtyn is not entirely a horse, or rather, it is a horse in the way that the Selkies are seals, and the Merrow are fish. It wears the shape of a horse, the way a very old story wears the shape of the words that carry it, completely, convincingly, with a naturalness that makes you forget, for stretches of time, that the shape and the thing wearing it are not the same, but they are not the same. Underneath the grey coat and the still, reflective eyes and the patient, low-held head, there is something else, something of the water. The Glashtyn belongs to that family of water horses that appear across the mythology of the Celtic world, creatures who live in or beside the deep inland water, and who wear the form of horses when they come to the land, and who carry in that borrowed form both the beauty and the depth of the element they come from, the each of Scottish tradition, the Ceffyl Dobhar-Chú of Wales, the Cabal Ushti of the Isle of Man, all of them horses, all of them water, all of them standing in the old stories at the edge of things, at the lake shore and the river crossing, at the marshy boundary between dry land and deep water where the ground cannot quite decide what it is. The wilder versions of these stories are darker. The water horse that lures riders onto its back and plunges with them into the depths is a story told on many of these coasts, and I do not want to pretend it does not exist. But the Glashtyn, in the gentler tradition, in the stories told on soft evenings rather than wild ones, is something different. It does not lure. It does not plunge. It simply stands at the edge of the water, in the grey of the early morning, or the grey of the late evening, or the particular grey of a night like this one, when the stars are out and the moor is very still. It stands and it watches, and it is, in its watching, extraordinarily peaceful. There is something about the sight of a horse standing alone at the edge of water at night that has always reached something very deep in people, something older than the stories about it, something that does not require mythology to explain it, though mythology has certainly tried. Perhaps it is the combination of elements, the solidity and warmth of the horse, that ancient, comforting, deeply familiar warmth of an animal that has been beside us for thousands of years, that has carried us and worked with us and stood in our fields and breathed its warm breath into cold mornings with a patience and a generosity that we have not always deserved, combined with the depth and the darkness and the quiet unknowability of the still water behind it, the familiar and the unfathomable, side by side, both of them real, both of them present, neither of them explaining the other. The Glashtyn holds both at once. It is warm, and it is deep, and it is entirely still, and it has been standing at this edge for a very long time, and it will be standing here long after the moorland has changed, and the stars above it have shifted, and everything that seems permanent about this landscape tonight has become something else. What does it do when the moon is high and the moor is empty and no one is watching? It drinks, I think, very slowly, lowering that grey head to the surface of the lake, to the water that is also, in some sense, itself, drinking from the element it comes from with a deep, unhurried satisfaction of something returning, briefly, to its source, the ripples spreading outward from its muzzle in slow, perfect rings, the reflection of the stars disturbed, and then, gradually, as the rings widen and fade, restored, and then it raises its head again and looks out across the moor and simply continues to be. That is the Glashtyn's gift, I think. Not treasure, not transformation, not wisdom dispensed or errands run or mischief made, just this quality of standing at the edge of something deep and being entirely at peace with the depth of it, of knowing the water is behind you and the moor is before you and the night is everywhere, and all of this is simply what is, and what is on balance, perfectly sufficient. The Glashtyn does not wish it were otherwise. It never has. It has noticed you by now. The great grey head has come up very slightly, not with alarm, not with the sudden alertness of a startled animal, but with the slow, deliberate attention of something that was already aware of you and has simply decided, at this particular moment, to make that awareness visible. It looks at you across the silver dark expanse of the moor. You look back, The water is very still behind it. The stars are reflected in it so perfectly that the horse appears to be standing not at the edge of a lake, but at the edge of the sky itself. The same dark, the same stars, the same enormous, patient quiet, going down and down and down, without any bottom that you can see from here. The Glashtyn holds your gaze for a long moment, then it lowers its head again, very slowly, returns to its drinking, returns to its standing, returns to the long, grey, entirely sufficient business of being what it is, at the edge of what it loves, in the middle of a night that is asking nothing of either of you. Leave it to its lake. Turn back toward the lane, toward the hedgerows and the village beyond them, and the warm amber light just visible now above the tree line at the bottom of the hill. The moor is behind you, and the still water, and the grey horse standing in its own reflection at the edge of everything. The night is changing around us. Can you feel it? A subtle shift, not in temperature, not in the wind, but in the quality of things. Something more settled, more interior. We are moving from the wild places into the inhabited ones now, from the open moorland and the night roads into the lanes and the village and the firelight. We are going into the small and magical places now, the hidden ones, the ones you would walk past without noticing if you did not know where to look, or if no one had ever told you the right stories at the right time. Listen carefully from here. The creatures we are about to meet do not announce themselves loudly, but they are here. They have always been here. And if you are very still and very quiet, and you let the last of the night air settle around you like a blanket, you will feel them, just at the edge of things, just where the light almost reaches, but not quite. Come inside now. Not all the way inside. Not yet. We are not quite ready for the hearth and the settled warmth of the home creatures. Not quite ready to put down our wandering and sink into the deep, domestic comfort of the final part of the night. But we are done with the high roads and the open moorland and the cold, exhilarating dark of the wild places. We are in the village now. Picture it the way Irish villages look on winter nights. The single street of them, the low stone buildings pressed close together on either side, as though for warmth. The light coming warm and amber from the windows of the pub at the far end. The smell of turf smoke hanging in the cold air above the chimneys. Everything quiet except for the faint sound drifting from behind that pub door. Music. Not performed music, not the careful, polished kind. The other kind. The kind that happens when a few people who know the same tunes find themselves in the same room at the same time of night and simply begin, without discussion, without arrangement, without any formality whatsoever. A fiddle first, finding the melody. Then something percussive, joining in, the flat of a hand on a bodhrán, or just the rhythm of a foot on the flagstone floor. And underneath it all, just barely audible, a voice. Not singing exactly. Something between singing and speaking. Something that follows the music without being bound to it, that uses the melody as a road rather than a destination, that goes wherever it is going at its own unhurried pace. Push the door open and go in. The pub is low-ceilinged and warm, and lit by a combination of firelight and the kind of electric light that has learned, over the years, to approximate firelight well enough to be forgiven for existing. The walls are the deep, complicated colour of walls that have had turf smoke drifting across them for 100 years. The bar runs along one side, and behind it stand bottles of every amber and gold and dark brown shade that light can pass through, and the barman moves among them with the practiced, unhurried ease of someone who has been doing exactly this for a very long time and has arrived, somewhere along the way, at complete satisfaction with the arrangement. And in the corner by the fire, the best corner, the one with the low stool that everyone knows is reserved for a particular purpose, even though no one could say when or why this became so, sits a small figure in a red coat. He is not large. He would be easy to miss, in fact, if it were not for the coat, a deep, true red, the red of rowan berries in autumn, of a fox seen at the field's edge in the evening light, of the embers of a fire at exactly the right stage of burning. The coat is old, not shabby, well made, well kept, with the particular quality of a garment that has been worn for so long it has become an extension of the person inside it, rather than something separate. His hat is the same red, pulled down at a comfortable angle. His face, what you can see of it from here, is weather-beaten and deeply lined, and wearing an expression that is simultaneously the expression of someone listening intently and the expression of someone on the verge of saying something extremely interesting. He is the one making that sound, that between singing and speaking sound. His voice moves in and under and around the music with the ease of something that has been doing exactly this for far longer than music itself has existed in this room. This is the Darrig. The name is Irish, Féidhlim, and it means simply the red man, not as a description of his complexion, which is merely weather-beaten in the ordinary way of someone who spends a great deal of time outdoors, but as a description of the coat. The coat is the thing. The coat is always the thing with the Darrig. It identifies him the way the Shimenawa identifies the Kodamas tree. Here, this one. This is the sacred, or at least the significant, or at least the one you should pay attention to. The Darrig is one of the fairy folk, one of the small solitary fairy creatures that populate the Irish tradition, alongside the grander beings of the Tuatha De Danann, where the Tuatha are majestic and luminous and move through the world on a scale that has something of the divine about it. These smaller beings are more domestic, more immediate, more woven into the ordinary texture of daily life. They are the creatures of the lane and the kitchen and the pub corner, of the shortcut through the field and the stone wall and the gap in the hedge. They are, in other words, the neighbours. And the Darrig is the neighbour who always ends up at the centre of any gathering, in the corner with the best view of the room, with something to say about everything and an apparently infinite supply of stories. He loves stories the way some people love music or food or the particular comfort of a familiar chair, with a warmth that is physical as well as intellectual, that shows in his whole body when a good one begins. A settling in, a brightening of the eyes, a quality of attention so complete that the room around him seems to quiet in response. People turning toward him without quite deciding to. Cups set down, conversations tailing off, and the stories he tells. The old accounts of the Darrig describe him as a figure who collects stories the way other creatures collect gold or power, or the gratitude of the people they have helped. He gathers them from the roads and the fields and the margins of things, from the thin places and the thick ones, from the places where the worlds overlap and the places where they are furthest apart. He has stories about every creature we have met tonight, and many more besides. He has stories about storms that happened on this coast 300 years ago, and about the particular quality of the light on a certain hill at a certain hour in a summer that no one alive today can remember. He has stories about you, possibly. Not about you specifically, or perhaps about you specifically. It is difficult to say with the far Darrig, who has been paying attention to the roads of Ireland for long enough that the boundaries between one person's story and another's have become for him somewhat permeable, but stories that are about the shape of things you know, the texture of experiences you have had, the particular, unrepeatable quality of moments that felt, at the time, as though they deserve to be remembered. He remembers them, even when you have forgotten. The far Darrig is not entirely without mischief. It would be dishonest to suggest otherwise, and the far Darrig, above all creatures, would object to dishonesty in a story about himself. He is capable of pranks. In some of the older, less gentle accounts, he is capable of pranks of a somewhat elaborate and prolonged nature that test the patience of his subjects rather significantly. He has been known to appear at the doors of isolated farmhouses on wild nights and request shelter, and to repay that shelter with a night of stories that are not always entirely comfortable, that press on old bruises with a precision that suggests he knew exactly where they were before he began. But here is the thing about the far Darrig's mischief. It always illuminates something. The discomfort, when it comes, is not random. It is not cruelty for its own sake. It is the discomfort of a story that tells the truth about something you have been avoiding, that finds the corner of the room you have been carefully not looking at, and holds a candle up to it. The far Darrig is not interested in making you feel bad for its own sake. He is interested in making you see clearly. He is, in this way, the most Irish kind of storyteller. The kind who loves you enough to be honest about you. The kind whose stories sting sometimes. Just a little. Just enough. And who considers that a service rather than an unkindness. He's telling a story now. You cannot quite hear the words from here. The fiddle is still going, and the fire is crackling, and the general warm acoustic muddle of a pub on a winter night is doing its softening work on everything. But you can see the effect of it on the room, the way the people nearest to him have turned without deciding to, the way the barman has stopped moving, the way the fiddle player's bow has slowed almost imperceptibly, the melody becoming a murmur, a background, a frame for something more important than music. His hands move as he talks, small, expressive movements, not theatrical, not performed, just the hands of someone for whom language has always been a full-body activity, whose words and gestures are so long accustomed to working together that separating them would diminish both. His eyes, above the fire, are bright. The story is a good one. You can tell by the quality of the silence around it. There is a tradition in Ireland, older than the pubs and older than the villages, and older than any institution that has ever tried to formalize it, of the storyteller as a sacred figure, the seanchaí, the keeper of old lore, the carrier of the long memory of a people, the person in the community whose particular gift and responsibility is to hold the stories and pass them on. In the old world, before the written word made its way to every hearth, the seanchaí was how a community knew who it was. The stories were the record. The stories were the history and the law and the moral framework and the comfort and the entertainment, all at once, inseparable from each other in the way that things are inseparable before someone decides to start making distinctions. The far Darrig is something like the supernatural version of this, the seanchaí of the in-between places, the keeper of stories that no human storyteller could carry because they require a memory longer than any human life. Stories from the deep time, from the time before, the time anyone has records of, from the enormous, uncatalogued library of everything that has ever happened on this island and in the water around it and in the air above it and in the thin places where this world and the other one share a wall. He remembers all of it, and on the right night, the kind of night where the fire is good and the music is easy and the room has that quality of a place and a time that will not come again, that is complete in itself, that deserves to be fully inhabited rather than merely passed through. He opens the library, and the room goes quiet, and the stories come. The fire is warm on your face from here. Let the far Darrig's voice be the last sound you are conscious of attending to. That between singing us and speaking sound, the voice that knows every road and every thin place, and every extraordinary creature that moves between the worlds on the long nights of the Irish year. Let it carry you a little further into the dark. He knows where you need to go. He always does. Out of the pub now, back into the cold night air. Though cold is the wrong word for it suddenly, because something has changed. The village around us has that quality that places sometimes have after a very good story, of being more itself than it was before, of having been seen and named and held in the light of someone's attention long enough to become more real. The street is empty. The music behind the closed door has resumed, fuller now, more people playing, the kind of music that builds when a room has been warmed up by a story, and everyone in it is suddenly glad to be exactly where they are. The smoke from the chimneys rises straight up into the still night air, and at the far end of the street, where the village gives way to the lane, and the lane gives way to the fields, something tiny is moving in the grass verge at the edge of the road. Something that might be a trick of the light, except that the light is very still tonight, and tricks of it are less likely than usual. Something that has, if you squint, if you tilt your head at exactly the right angle, the distinct shape of a very small person in a very small leather apron, sitting cross-legged in the grass with something in its hand. And if the night is truly quiet enough, you might hear, just barely, the sound of small and very precise hammering. Forget, for a moment, everything you think you know. I mean this kindly, and I mean it specifically, and I mention it because the leprechaun is the creature on our list who arrives carrying the heaviest baggage of other people's imaginings, who has been overlaid with so many layers of representation and caricature and cultural shorthand that finding the actual, original, genuinely extraordinary being underneath requires a certain deliberate act of forgetting. So, forget the green hat, or rather, set it aside. It is not entirely wrong, but it is not the point. Forget the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. This is a later addition, a simplification of something more complicated and more interesting, and we will come back to it. Forget the mass-produced grinning face on the tourist shop window. Forget every film and every greeting card. Forget, if you can, the whole enormous apparatus of other people's ideas about what this creature is. And let me tell you what it actually is. The leprechaun. The word comes from the Old Irish Luachra, meaning small body, though there are other etymologies argued over by scholars who have spent a great deal of time on this particular question and have not yet arrived at complete agreement. The leprechaun is a fairy cobbler, not a fairy in the grand, Tuatha de Danann sense of the word, not a being of divine origin, not a former god who stepped sideways into the hill when the world changed. The leprechaun is one of the smaller, solitary fairy folk, a craftsman, a specialist, a being whose entire existence is organized around a single, absorbing, completely consuming activity, the making of shoes, specifically fairy shoes. The shoes of the fairy world, those small, exquisitely made, magically enhanced items of footwear that allow their wearers to move through the world with a grace and a speed and a silence that no unshod fairy foot could achieve. Important work, essential work, in a world where movement matters and where the quality of your footwear determines the quality of your passage through the world. The leprechaun is the one who makes them, and he takes this work extremely seriously. Find him if you can. He is not easy to find, deeply solitary, deeply private, deeply committed to the idea that the best work is done without an audience. He lives in the deep parts of old woodland, or in the margins of ancient hedgerows, or in the spaces beneath the roots of very old trees, where the ground is dry and sheltered in the light, filtering down through multiple layers of leaf and branch, arrives already soft and diffuse and gentle on the eyes. He will have a workshop of sorts, not a building, nothing as organized and permanent as that, more a spot, a particular flat stone, or a section of root that has been used for so long it has taken on the character of a workbench, a small collection of tools kept in a leather pouch, each one worn smooth with use and held with the unsentimental care of a craftsman who knows that the quality of the tool is the quality of the work. An oil lamp, perhaps, burning very small and very steady, because good cobbling requires good light, and the leprechaun will not compromise on this, even in the deepest part of the wood. And the sounds, tap, 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 the sound of a small hammer on a small last, rhythmic and precise, and just barely audible above the normal sounds of the wood. The birds, the wind in the upper branches, the distant water, a sound so small and so consistent that it could be mistaken for a woodpecker at a great distance, or for a branch tapping against another branch in a very light and perfectly regular breeze. A sound that requires you to stop moving and stop breathing and let the wood go quiet around you before you can be certain you are hearing it at all. And then, certain you are. Tap, 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 tap. Now, and this is important, do not rush. Every story about catching a leprechaun in which the person rushes ends the same way. They grab for him, or they shout, or they take their eyes off him for a single instant to attend to some small distraction, and he is simply gone. Not dramatically gone. No flash of light. No crack of thunder. Just not there anymore. The spot on the route where he was sitting is empty, and the only evidence he was ever there at all is a small depression in the moss. And perhaps, if you are lucky, a single thread of very fine leather caught on a twig. Gone. The leprechaun's talent for disappearance is not a magical talent exactly. Or at least, not only a magical talent, it is also the talent of any creature that has spent centuries being looked for. He knows what attention feels like. He knows the difference between the attention of the wood, the bird noticing him, the mouse running past him, the entirely comfortable attention of a world that has known him long enough to take him for granted, and the attention of a human who has just heard a small hammer and has decided, with that particular quickening of interest that humans have when they think something valuable is within reach, to investigate. He feels that second kind of attention, like a change in the weather, and he acts accordingly. The treasure. Let us talk about the treasure. The leprechaun is, in the tradition, a wealthy creature. He has spent a very long time making very fine shoes for very wealthy fairy clients, and he has been paid accordingly. And unlike many creatures who accumulate wealth for specific purposes, status, security, the fulfillment of some driving ambition, the leprechaun seems to have accumulated his largely as a byproduct of doing good work for a long time without spending much. He does not live extravagantly. He does not need to. His requirements are modest in the extreme. Good leather, good tools, good light, a quiet place to work, and the deep and complete satisfaction of a shoe well made. He wants for nothing beyond these things. The gold is simply there, the way a long life of diligent work tends to accumulate things, and he stores it in the way you would store anything that has no immediate use, but that it seems unwise to simply leave lying around. In a pot, somewhere safe. In the old stories, a human who successfully catches a leprechaun, who manages to grab hold of him and keep their eyes fixed on him, and not be distracted by any of the considerable arsenal of distractions a leprechaun can deploy when cornered, can demand to be shown the gold. This is a known rule, and the leprechaun knows it, and he will comply with it, because the rules of these encounters are old, and he respects old rules, even when they operate against his interests. But he will comply in the most technically accurate and least practically useful way he can manage. He will show you a field of clover and say, "It is under there." And when you look down to identify the precise spot, he is gone. And you are standing in a field of several thousand identical clover plants, with no way of knowing which one marks the spot, and the sound of very small and very amused laughter is already drifting from somewhere in the direction of the tree line. He is not being cruel. He is being precise. You asked to be shown the gold. He showed you the gold. The rest was your problem. But here is the version of the story I prefer. The one that comes not from the tradition of the treasure hunt, but from the tradition of the craftsman. The one that is not about what you can take from the leprechaun, but about what he can give you willingly on his own terms. There are accounts, scattered and infrequent, less famous than the gold stories, but more interesting, I think, of people who encountered a leprechaun, not in a spirit of capture and extraction, but in a spirit of genuine curiosity, who sat down quietly at a respectful distance from the little workshop in the wood and simply watched, without reaching, without demanding, without the whole breathless apparatus of wanting. And in some of those accounts, the leprechaun, after a while, looks up, considers the watcher, returns to his work, and then, after another while, the kind of while that cannot be measured in minutes because it belongs to a different timescale, the timescale of craft and patience, and the slow accumulation of trust between two creatures who have no particular reason to trust each other. He speaks. Not about the gold, about the work, about the particular challenge of the left shoe of a fairy who dances asymmetrically, about the quality of the leather from the tanner 3 valleys over, who has been doing this for 40 years and whose product has improved every decade, about the way the light falls differently in this part of the wood in November compared to June, and how this affects the precision of the stitching, about all the 10,000 small and absorbing details of a life organized entirely around doing one thing as well as it can possibly be done, and the person listening, sitting very still in the moss at a respectful distance, not reaching, not wanting, just listening, comes away with something that is worth considerably more than a pot of gold. The knowledge that it is possible, that a life can be shaped entirely around the quiet mastery of a single craft, that the world of the wood in the early morning, and a small lamp and a small hammer, and the deep, complete satisfaction of a shoe well made is not a small life. It is, in fact, a very large one. The tapping has stopped. The wood is quiet in that particular way. It goes quiet when something that was present in it has slipped away, not frightened away, not startled, just finished, done for the evening. The small lamp is out. The tools are in their pouch. The shoe, whatever stage it was at, whatever fairy foot it is being shaped to fit, is wrapped carefully in and set aside. The leprechaun is gone, but the spot on the root is still warm, slightly, from the long hours of sitting. The moss around it is pressed flat in the shape of something small and settled and entirely absorbed in its work. And if you put your hand flat on that warm stone and close your eyes, you can almost feel the tapping still, faint and precise and deeply, deeply satisfied with itself. Tap, 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 tap. We are moving deeper into the small and magical world now, away from the cobbler's wood, back out into the fields and the hedgerows and the soft, inhabited dark of the Irish countryside at night. The village is behind us. The pub, with its fire and its music and its red-coated storyteller in the corner, is behind us. The night is very quiet, and the air. Stop for a moment and notice the air. There is something in it, something sweet and particular, something that is partly the smell of cold grass and partly the smell of the season, and partly something else entirely, something that has no name, because it belongs to a part of the world that has been very well tended for a very long time, by something very small and very devoted and entirely invisible to anyone who does not know where to look. Put your hand out, very slowly. Let it rest, open, in the dark air at your side, and feel, very faintly, the disturbance of something passing. Something no bigger than a thumb moving fast on extremely important business, carrying a message, Something small just past your hand. Not the wind. The wind has been still for a while now, settled into the deep quiet that comes over the Irish countryside in the small hours when even the air seems to have decided that enough has been done for one day, and it is time to rest. Not a moth, not a midge, not any of the ordinary small things that move through summer darkness on their own unhurried business. Something with a purpose, something going somewhere specific, along a route it knows so well it no longer needs to think about the route at all, only about the message it is carrying, and the distance remaining, and the particular place at the particular threshold where the message needs to arrive. Stop walking for a moment, stand very still, and listen. There it is, underneath the quiet, underneath the wind and the settling of the trees, and the distant sound of the stream at the bottom of the field. A sound so small, it lives at the very edge of hearing, at the place where sound and the memory of sound become difficult to tell apart. A hum, not the mechanical hum of something electric, not the hum of a wire or an engine, or any of the modern sounds that have filled in all the silences we use to leave empty. An old hum, a warm hum, the hum of small wings moving very fast through the cold night air, of a body that is almost entirely muscle and purpose, burning its particular fuel with the absolute efficiency of something that has been doing exactly this for longer than efficiency was a concept anyone had words for. A bee, one bee, here in the dark, in the cold, in the deep of a night when no ordinary bee should be flying. But then, you are beginning to understand, I think by now, nothing we have met tonight has been entirely ordinary. In the mythology of Ireland, bees are sacred. Not in the general, vague sense that many things are called sacred without anyone being entirely sure what the word means in practice. Sacred in the specific, particular, deeply embedded sense of a culture that has paid very close attention to these creatures for a very long time, and has arrived, through that attention, at the firm conviction that bees exist at a level of the world that most other creatures, including most other insects, including most other flying things, including most things with wings and a hum and a complex social life organized around the production of something golden and sweet, do not. Bees, in the Irish tradition, know things. They know the news of the household they belong to, the births and the deaths, the marriages and the quarrels, the arrivals and the departures. There was a custom, kept alive in rural Ireland, well into living memory, of telling the bees. When someone in the family died, you went to the hive and you told them. You knocked gently on the wood of the hive, 3 times, always 3 times. And you said the name of the person who had gone, and you said that they were gone, and you said that the bees should know this. If you failed to do this, it was said, the bees would leave, would simply go, abandoning the hive, abandoning the garden, abandoning the family that had not thought to include them in its grief, not out of malice, out of something more like dignity. The bees were part of the household. They deserved to be informed. To fail to inform them was to treat them as less than they were. And the bees knew their own worth too well to stay where it was not recognized. This is not a small custom. This is a custom that encodes, in its single, gentle, specific action, an entire philosophy of how to live alongside the non-human world. A philosophy that says, the creatures around you are not backdrop. They are participants. They have a stake in what happens here. They deserve to be told. Féidhlim's bees are something more than the sacred bees of the household tradition. They belong to the older, deeper layer of Irish mythology, to the time of the Tuatha De Danann, to the world before the world settled into its current arrangement, when the boundary between the human realm and the fairy one was newer and more frequently crossed, and the traffic between them was a normal feature of daily life, rather than the extraordinary exception it has since become. Féidhlim was a keeper of bees, a woman, in the old accounts, a wise woman, a healer, someone with one foot reliably in the ordinary world and one foot in the other one, which is the traditional configuration of the kind of person that every community needs. And most communities, throughout history, have been ambivalent about having. Her bees were different from the beginning, larger than ordinary bees in some accounts, though not dramatically larger, not the size of birds or anything that would announce itself, just slightly more present than usual. Their hum had a quality to it that other bees' hums did not, a depth, a resonance, the feeling, when you heard it, that the sound was carrying something beyond mere wing vibration, something informational, something intentional. They flew at night. This is the central, defining thing about Féidhlim's bees. While ordinary bees returned to the hive at dusk and did not venture out again until dawn, these bees flew all through the dark hours. And they flew not in the irregular, flower-to-flower wandering of daytime foraging, but in straight lines, with a purposeful directness of something that knows its destination before it departs. They were carrying messages between the worlds, between this one and the fairy one, between the human realm and the realm of the Tuatha De Danann in their hollow hills, between the living and, in some of the older, more difficult stories, between the living and the dead. The bees were the postal service of the in-between places, the infrastructure of communication across the boundary that most creatures could not cross. A bee could go where a person could not, could pass through the thin places without ceremony or invitation, could carry its small, carefully encoded message through the dark and arrive at the threshold of the other world and deposit it there, in whatever form messages take when they are delivered by a creature who has been doing this since before the world developed its current geography. The messages they carried were not grand ones in the stories, not declarations of war or proclamations of kingship or any of the large, important communications that mythology tends to organize itself around. They were small messages, personal ones, the kind that pass between people who love each other and are separated by something that cannot be helped, by distance, by circumstance, by the larger and more final separation that comes at the end of a life. I am thinking of you. I am well. The garden is doing well this year. The bees are busy. Small things, true things, the things that matter most, delivered in the only form that can cross the boundary, in the hum of wings, in the movement of a small and purposeful body through the dark, in the arrival of something warm and alive at a threshold that is cold and very still. There is a particular kind of grief that the Irish tradition has always understood very well. The grief of separation from those who have gone to the other side of the thin place, not into nothingness in this tradition, but into a world that is right here, that shares a wall with this one, that is in some sense more present than absent, and yet entirely unreachable by ordinary means. The bees make it slightly more reachable, not enough to resolve the grief, not enough to answer all the questions or fill all the spaces that the gone have left behind, but enough to maintain, in some small and fragile and entirely necessary way, the sense of connection. The sense that the thin place is not a wall, but a membrane, that things can pass through it, even if people cannot, that something of what you feel and what you remember and what you would say, if saying were possible, can find its way across, in the form of a bee, flying in a straight line through the dark, carrying what it carries, arriving where it arrives. I want to tell you about a particular evening in late summer, the kind of evening that exists in Ireland for perhaps 3 or 4 weeks of the year, when the weather has been warm long enough for the warmth to have settled into the land and the stone walls and the deep grass, and the evenings are long and gold and smell of everything that is about to end but has not ended yet. A woman sitting at the edge of her garden, old enough to have buried people she loves, young enough to still feel the wrongness of it keenly, the way you feel the wrongness of a missing tooth with your tongue, the space where something was, the space that the presence of the thing had defined, and that its absence now defines differently. She is watching the bees. Her hives are at the bottom of the garden, 3 of them, set against the south-facing wall, where they catch the last of the evening sun. The bees are coming and going in that last busy hour before dusk, the air around the hives thick with the particular concentrated aliveness of a hive in full summer operation. Thousands of small lives intersecting and diverging in a pattern too complex to follow and too purposeful to be anything other than intentional. And one of them, one bee coming in from the east, from the direction of the old hill and the older ground beyond it, lands on her hand. It sits there for a moment. She does not move. It sits on her hand, the way bees sometimes sit on warm human skin, with a stillness that is different from the stillness of resting, that has something attentive about it, something that faces toward her rather than simply being near her. And then it goes back to the hive, back into the humming, purposeful dark of it. The woman sits for a long time after. The light goes. The stars come. When she finally goes inside, she is not smiling exactly, but something has shifted in her face. Something that was tight has loosened. Something that was closed has opened. Just slightly. Just enough. She does not tell anyone what she thought the bee was carrying. Perhaps she does not know precisely. Perhaps the message was not in words, but in the warm weight of a small body on a warm hand, in the moment of stillness and attention, in the simple, extraordinary fact of arrival. Someone sent you something. Across the dark, it arrived. The bee that passed your hand earlier is long gone now, deep in its errand, following its straight and purposeful line through the night toward whatever threshold is waiting for it, whatever delivery needs to be made before the dark gives way to the first pale loosening of dawn. But feel your hand for a moment, the hand it passed, just there, just the faintest warmth, the ghost of a small wing's turbulence against the skin. Someone sent you something. Perhaps you will know in the morning what it was. The night is very deep now, deeper than it was when we began. which is how the deep hours work. They do not arrive all at once, but accumulate gradually, layer by layer, each hour quieter and more interior than the last, until the world outside is so still and so dark and so thoroughly itself that the boundary between it and sleep becomes, for anyone paying attention, extremely difficult to locate. We are very close to that boundary now, and our next creature lives right at it, right at the edge of sleep, right at the place where the waking world loosens its hold, and the other kind of consciousness, the older, stranger, more honest kind, begins to take over. Find yourself a comfortable spot, lower ground if you can, somewhere sheltered from the wind, somewhere with grass beneath you and the night sky above, and perhaps, if the landscape has been generous, a stone at your back that still holds a trace of the day's warmth in it. Lie down and let me tell you about the small creature that is already, very quietly, settling in beside you. You are lying in the grass. You did not entirely plan to be lying in the grass. It happened the way things happen in the deep part of a long night's walking. The ground offered itself at exactly the right moment. The tiredness made the argument it always makes when the opportunity presents itself, and the legs made their own decision before the rest of you had finished weighing the options. The grass is long and soft and still holding the warmth of the day, just barely, at its roots. The stone at your back is solid and reliable, in the way that old stone is always solid and reliable. It has been here through everything, and it will be here through everything still to come, and your being tired against it for a little while is nothing to it. A small and temporary warmth that it accepts with the equanimity of something that has accepted a great deal. The sky above you is the sky of the deep hours. Not black, never quite black, even on the clearest night. Always that deep blue that is the colour of something that has been very dark for a long time, and is starting, in the most imperceptible way, to think about not being dark anymore. The stars are extraordinary. From down here, lying flat with the grass on either side, and the whole sky taking up the entire field of vision, they seem much closer than they do when you are standing up, as though the act of lying down has removed some distance between you and them that was not physical, but positional. That was about the angle of approach. Your eyes are very heavy. Let them close. Not all the way. Not yet. Not quite. There is one more creature to meet tonight, and it is here, very close, and it would be a shame to miss the introduction, even though. And this is the gentle paradox of the Alp-Luachra. Even though the Alp-Luachra is, specifically and entirely, and by its very nature, a creature of sleep, of the moment of closing the eyes, of the transition from this side of consciousness to the other. It has been waiting, in fact, for precisely this moment, patiently, very patiently. It has had a great deal of practice at patience, the Alp-Luachra, because patience is required by definition when your entire existence is organized around waiting for someone to fall asleep. You cannot rush this. You cannot prompt it or hasten it or make it happen before it is ready. You simply wait and attend and be present very quietly at the edge of the thing that is about to happen, which it is, very soon now. The Alp-Luachra. The name is Irish, and it is sometimes translated as the joint eater or the fairy of the rushes, and it belongs to a tradition of small, quietly strange fairy creatures that populate the margins of the Irish otherworld, the ones that do not announce themselves with grandeur or power, but with a subtlety so complete that most people who have encountered them have done so without knowing it. It is tiny, genuinely tiny, smaller than the Leprechaun, smaller than anything we have met tonight, except perhaps Féidhlim's bees. It is described in the old accounts as newt-like, small and smooth and dark, with bright, quick eyes, and the fluid, unhurried movements of something completely at ease in its own small body and in the world immediately around it. It does not fly. It does not transform. It does not speak, or at least not in any language that waking humans have been able to transcribe. It simply comes. When a traveller falls asleep in the open, in the fields or the hedgerows, or the long grass of the moorland, in any of those places where the boundary between indoors and outdoors, between the managed world and the wild one, becomes temporarily irrelevant, the Alp-Luachra comes. It settles beside the sleeper, very close as a sleeping cat will settle beside the person it has chosen to sleep near. Not touching, quite, but close enough that the warmth is shared. The Alp-Luachra is warm, in the accounts that mention this. Warm in a way that is slightly surprising, given its size. The warmth of something that burns its particular fuel very efficiently, that generates from its small interior a heat out of proportion to the smallness of the container. It asks nothing. This is important in a tradition full of creatures who ask things, who request tribute and courtesy and the correct performance of the correct rituals, who test and probe and occasionally demand. The Alp-Luachra asks nothing whatsoever. It comes because it wants to come, because it is drawn to the warmth of a sleeping person, the way small creatures are drawn to warmth in the deep of a cold night, and it stays for as long as it stays, and then it goes. And the transaction, if it can be called that, has been entirely on its own terms from beginning to end. What does it do while you sleep? The old stories are pleasingly, deliberately vague about this. It watches, certainly. Those bright, quick eyes, open in the dark beside you, attending to your sleeping face with the calm and complete attention that only creatures who do not need to sleep themselves can give to those who do. Watching the small movements of sleep, the slight changes in expression, the occasional twitch, the breathing that deepens and slows as the sleep deepens and slows. Some accounts say it shares your dreams, not intrusively, not the way the Baku enters the dream, which is an active, purposeful entry with a specific task to perform, more the way a friend sitting beside you at a fire shares the warmth of it, not taking anything, not giving anything in particular, just being near enough that the thing is experienced in company rather than alone. Your dreams, in this account, are slightly warmer for the Alp-Luachra's presence, slightly less solitary, slightly more held. Other accounts say it keeps watch, that it sits at the edge of the sleeper's awareness and tends the boundary of the sleep, the way the Dobhar-Chú tends the boundary of its lake, keeping the edges intact, keeping the quality of the rest uncontaminated by the intrusions that would otherwise find their way in, the anxious thoughts that circle, waiting for the moment when the guard goes down, the half-formed worries that press at the door of sleep like something that has been waiting outside in the cold. The Alp-Luachra keeps them back, not dramatically, not with any force or any confrontation, simply by being present, by occupying the threshold with its small, warm body and its bright, quiet eyes, by making the space around the sleeper feel, somehow, inhabited in the most benign and uncomplicated way. You are not alone here. Someone is keeping watch. You can go deeper. I think about the people for whom this story would have mattered most, not the ones who fell asleep warm and safe in their own beds, with walls and doors between them, and the night, and the knowledge of morning already implicit in the arrangement, but the ones who slept in the open, the travellers and the wanderers and the seasonal workers and the pilgrims, all those people throughout the long centuries of Irish life for whom the open field or the hedgerow or the long grass of the moorland was simply where sleep happened to find them on a particular night. The vulnerability of sleeping outside is not just physical. It is the vulnerability of unconsciousness itself, the absolute trust required by sleep, the complete surrendering of all the vigilance and the management and the careful tending of your own safety that waking life requires. To fall asleep in an open field is to trust the world with you, completely, without reservation. To say, in the most total way possible, I cannot keep watch right now. Someone else will have to do it. The Alp-Luachra is the answer to that trust. Small and warm and entirely willing, it will keep watch. It will sit in the grass beside you through the deep hours, through the cold, through the long dark stretch between midnight and the first pale suggestion of dawn. It will be there when you are deepest under, when the dreams are most vivid and the connection to the waking world is thinnest. It will be there in that final, floating phase of sleep just before waking, when consciousness begins to return from wherever it has been and the world reassembles itself around you at a gentle, unhurried pace. And when you open your eyes, it will be gone, not abandoned, not fled, simply finished, its work completed, its night concluded, its particular and unrequested gift fully given. The grass beside you will have a faint warmth in it that might be the warmth of the morning, or might be something else, something that was there before the morning and will disperse gradually into the wider air as the day assembles itself and the world fills back up with all its familiar noise and business. You will feel, and this is in the accounts, mentioned more than once by people who had no reason to invent it, rested in a way that goes beyond the ordinary rest of having slept. Not more rested than usual, necessarily, just more completely rested, as though the sleep had been tended, carefully, by something that understood what sleep was for and had made sure that it had been fully, properly, entirely itself, as though you had been looked after. The grass is very soft. The stone at your back is very solid. The stars above you are doing what stars do in the deep of a clear night, burning with that cold, patient, undemanding light that has been crossing the enormous distances of space for longer than the word enormous has existed to describe it. And arriving here, at this field, at this hour, at this exact patch of sky above your closed eyes, your breathing has slowed. The weight of the night is on you now. Not a heavy weight, nothing oppressive, nothing that presses. The lightest possible weight, the weight of all the quiet that has accumulated around you through this long evening of stories, settling like snow settles. like the finest possible snow, the kind that is more like cold light than water, that lies on everything without bending a single blade of grass. The Alp-Luachra is already here. You did not hear it arrive. You will not see it if you open your eyes, or perhaps you will catch, just at the very edge of your vision, the faintest impression of something small and warm and entirely calm, settling into the long grass at your side with the quiet decisiveness of something that has found the right place and intends to stay in it. Let your eyes stay closed. Let it settle. Let the warmth of it, small and steady and completely without agenda, reach you through the dark. You are being watched over. You have been watched over, in fact, all night, by the Selkies on their moonlit shore, and the Merrow in their green depths, by the Sídhe on the dark road, and the Glashtyn at the edge of its lake, by the far Darrig, with his long memory of every story ever told on this island, and the Leprechaun, with his lamp burning small and steady in the wood. You have been accompanied, all this time, by the whole warm and extraordinary population of this ancient and endlessly generous island. And now, at the very end of the night, the smallest one of all has come to sit beside you, asking nothing, giving everything. Close your eyes. It will be here when you need it. It will be here when you do not need it. It will simply be here. Sleep now. The Alp-Luachra is keeping watch. Something is singing, not loudly, not the full-throated, sky-filling declaration of a thrush or a blackbird in the height of summer, not the kind of bird song that announces itself and demands to be noticed. Something much smaller than that, something that is, in purely acoustic terms, barely there. A thread of sound, thin and bright and extraordinarily complex, woven into the general quiet of the pre-dawn hour, the way a single strand of silver is woven into a dark cloth. You would miss it entirely if you were not already, after this long night of attending to small and quiet things, calibrated to exactly this frequency. There, in the hawthorn at the edge of the field, the low hawthorn, the old one, the one whose trunk has twisted itself into a shape that seems less like a tree and more like a very old person who has been standing in the same place for a very long time and has grown comfortable with the posture. In the deep tangle of its inner branches, in the darkest and most sheltered part of it, where the thorns are densest and the leaves make their own small canopy against the weather, a wren, the smallest bird you are likely to see in this landscape, smaller than a thumb, a warm, reddish-brown colour, almost exactly the colour of old bark, almost exactly the colour of dead leaves in November, almost exactly the colour of every surface in a hedgerow that something small and clever would want to disappear against. Its tail is cocked up at a jaunty, slightly defiant angle. Its eye is bright as a berry. Its beak is open, and from that beak, from that tiny, improbable, absolutely committed beak, comes the song. Listen, really listen, the way we have been learning to listen tonight, not for the large and obvious thing, but for the layered, detailed, endlessly complex thing underneath. Because a wren's song, heard properly, on a quiet morning, in a place old enough to deserve it, is one of the most astonishing sounds in the natural world. The volume of it, relative to the size of the creature producing it, is something that should not be possible by any reasonable accounting. The complexity of it, The number of distinct notes, the speed at which they follow each other, the variations and repetitions and improvisations woven through the basic structure belongs to something much larger and much longer lived. The wren sings as though it has something very important to say, and not very much time to say it in, and has therefore decided to say everything simultaneously. It is, in this respect, a remarkably Irish bird. The wren is the king of all birds. This is not a metaphor. This is not a poetic elevation of a small creature to compensate for its smallness. It is a statement about how the wren has been understood in the mythology and folklore of Ireland and across much of the Celtic world for a very long time. The king, the oldest, the one who holds, in that tiny reddish-brown body with its cocked tail and its enormous voice, a kind of authority that has nothing to do with size and everything to do with something much older than size as a criterion for anything. The story of how the wren became king is one of those stories so old and so widely told in so many versions across so many cultures that it has the quality of something that was always known rather than something that was once invented. You may have heard it before, in some form. It goes like this. Long ago, in the time when the world was still deciding on its arrangements, when the categories of things were not yet fixed, and a bird could still challenge a god, and a small creature could still outwit a large one without anyone finding this remarkable, the birds of Ireland held a contest to decide who among them should be king. The terms were simple. Whoever flew highest would rule. The eagle stepped forward immediately. Of course, the eagle stepped forward. The eagle is large and powerful and extremely confident in its own abilities, which are genuinely considerable, and it has never been troubled by modesty to any significant degree. The other birds looked at each other in the way that other birds have always looked at each other when the eagle steps forward for anything, with a mixture of resignation and the private knowledge that this is probably going to take a while. The eagle launched itself upward with the magnificent, effortless authority of something built for exactly this purpose, higher and higher, in great spiraling circles, until it was a speck against the blue, and then barely even that, until it had gone higher than any other bird had gone, higher than seemed reasonable, higher than the clouds. And then it stopped, and it looked down at the tiny world below, and it opened its beak, and it declared, in the carrying voice of something accustomed to being heard over large distances, that it was the highest, and therefore the king, and that everyone should accept this and arrange themselves accordingly. And from somewhere above it, from somewhere that should have been empty sky, from somewhere that nothing should have been able to reach without being seen, a small voice said, "Not quite." The wren had hidden in the eagle's feathers before the contest began. It had made itself comfortable in the deep plumage of the eagle's back, tucked in between the great primary feathers, where the wind could not reach it, and where the eagle, looking straight ahead into the ascent, could not see it. And it had ridden the eagle all the way to the top of the sky, without expending so much as a single wing beat of its own. And then, at the precise moment the eagle reached its limit and stopped and began its triumphant announcement, the wren hopped out and flew up just a little further, just enough, the tiniest possible margin, achieved with the tiniest possible effort, at exactly the right moment, and it sang. not a declaration, not a triumphant announcement in the carrying voice of something accustomed to being heard. Just a song. The same song it always sings. The same complex, layered, absolutely committed outpouring of sound that it produces every morning in the hawthorn hedge, regardless of whether anyone is listening, or whether the sky is blue or grey, or whether this particular morning has any cosmic significance whatsoever. The wren sang because the wren always sings. That is what the wren does. It sings, and it was the highest. And it was, therefore, the king. The other birds were divided, in the old accounts, on the question of whether this was fair. The eagle was furious. The eagle is always furious in these stories, which is one of the things that makes the wren's victory so permanently satisfying. Some of the other birds sided with the eagle. A trick, they said. A deception. The wren had not truly flown higher. It had merely been carried higher, which was a different thing entirely, and should not count. But the oldest birds, the ones who had been in the sky long enough to understand that the rules of a contest are only as good as the wisdom behind them, and that sometimes the wisdom is in the trick rather than in the obvious display of power. The oldest birds said, the terms were simple. Whoever flew highest. The wren flew highest. The wren is king, and this is the verdict that has lasted. Because of course it has. Because it is the right verdict. Because the story is not, at its heart, about a trick. It is about a kind of intelligence that is not raw power and not brute force, and not the obvious, effortful, look-at-me assent of the eagle, but something more patient and more clever, and ultimately more durable than any of those things. The wren won by understanding the situation more completely than anyone else did, by seeing, before the contest even began, that the eagle's strength could be used as well as competed against, by finding the solution that was not obvious, that required not size or power, but attention and timing, and the willingness to take the small and seemingly undignified action at exactly the right moment, by knowing that sometimes the highest flight is the one you take from someone else's back. In Ireland, the wren has a feast day, the 26th of December, the day after Christmas, the day after the year's great turning, the first day of whatever comes next. Wren Day, Las an Dreoilin. Groups of people, dressed in straw and bright colours, carrying a symbolic wren, once, in harder and less reflective times, a real one, though that custom has long since softened into something kinder, go from house to house in the old tradition of the wren boys. The song they sing goes back further than anyone can reliably trace. It has verses about the wren's royalty, about the cost of the crown, about the particular, ancient, circular relationship between the smallest bird and the turning of the year, the old year dying and the new one beginning, and something small and brown and absolutely committed to its own song, sitting in the hawthorn hedge at the boundary between them, singing at the top of its entirely disproportionate voice. The wren boys go from door to door, and they sing, and they are given something in return. Food, drink, a coin, the simple, warm acknowledgement of a custom that has survived because it contains something true. Something about the value of the small. Something about the wisdom that announces itself not in the eagle's magnificent ascent, but in the wren's particular, irreplaceable, absolutely itself song. The wren in the hawthorn is still singing. It will still be singing in an hour, when the first light begins to find its way over the eastern hill, and the dark blue of the sky starts its long, gradual shift toward grey, and then toward gold. It will be singing when the other birds join in, one by one, building the dawn chorus from the ground up, adding their voices to a sound that is simultaneously one of the most ordinary and one of the most extraordinary things this island produces every morning. The wren will be the loudest, relative to its size. The wren is always the loudest, relative to its size. The king of all birds, in the hawthorn at the edge of the field, singing. Let that song carry you now. Carry you the way the eagle carried the wren, without effort, without the need to work for the altitude, simply nested in something larger and more powerful than yourself, and rising with it, carried upward by a sound that has been in this landscape since before the hedgerow and before the field and before any of the names we have for any of the things in it. Up, just a little further, just enough. The song is fading now, not stopping. The wren does not stop. The wren is never going to stop. The wren has made a commitment to this song that it has no intention of reconsidering. But we are moving on, moving away from the hawthorn and the small king in its tangle of thorns and dark leaves, moving through the field toward the light that is beginning, just barely, just at the horizon, to suggest that the night has a boundary after all, and that the boundary is closer than it was. The wild places are behind us now, all of them. The moorland and the Lough shore and the high roads and the deep wood. The Selkies are on their beach. The Sídhe is on its roads. The Glashtyn is at its lake. The Alp-Luachra is in the grass beside whatever sleeping traveller needs it most tonight. We are going home, and home, on this island, at this hour, at the end of a long night of wandering. Home means one thing above all others: firelight. Come through the gate, up the path, the familiar one, the one your feet know without needing to be told. The door is open. It is always open in the island of these stories, because a closed door to a cold night is something the oldest traditions of hospitality on this island have always refused to countenance. Come in, sit down. Something warm is waiting. And so, it turns out, is someone. The kitchen is warm. Not the aggressive, overwhelming warmth of a room that has been overheated by modern means, but the old, specific, absolutely reliable warmth of a kitchen that has had a fire in it, or something doing the work a fire used to do, for the better part of the day. A warmth that has had time to settle into the walls and the floor, and the table, and the backs of the chairs, and the particular air of the room, so that it is not coming from any single source anymore, but from the room itself, from all of it at once, from the accumulated heat of hours of ordinary domestic life going about its business. The table has the remnants of the evening on it. Not mess, just the friendly evidence of use. A cup not quite finished. A book left open at a page that was interesting enough to mark but not quite interesting enough to finish tonight. A candle burned low. The smell of something that was cooked here earlier. Bread, perhaps. Or something slow and root vegetable and deeply savoury. The kind of thing that fills a kitchen with a smell that lingers warmly for hours after the pot has been cleared away. The fire is low, not out. A good kitchen fire on a winter night is never entirely out. It banked and breathing slowly at the back of the grate, holding its warmth against the morning when it will be needed again. the last of its light does something very particular to the room. That warm, low, slightly unsteady light of a fire at the end of its evening that makes everything it touches look like something in a very old painting, like something worth remembering. Sit down at the table and look very carefully, because if you look carelessly, you will miss it entirely. At the corner by the hearth, it is easy to miss, genuinely easy, partly because it is very small, partly because it is the same colour as the wall behind it, and the stones of the hearth beside it, and the general warm brown palette of an old Irish kitchen at the end of a winter's day, and partly because it has, quite deliberately, arranged itself to be as unobtrusive as possible, not hiding exactly, but occupying its corner with a particular quality of presence that aims to be felt rather than seen, to be part of the room rather than a feature of it. It is covered in twigs, not dressed in twigs, not wearing them as a costume or an ornament, covered in them the way a twig is covered in bark, the way a wall is covered in ivy. They are simply part of it, growing from it, or woven through it, or so long associated with its body that the distinction between creature and woodland material has ceased, at some point in the very long history of this being, to be meaningful. It has hair, or what might be hair, or might be more of the same fine brown material as the rest of it, reddish and somewhat tangled, giving it an overall appearance of a very small, very round, very densely vegetated person who has been living in a hedgerow for a very long time and has arrived at a complete and entirely comfortable accommodation with this fact. Its eyes are small and very bright. They are looking at you with an expression that is simultaneously shy and entirely unafraid. The expression of something that knows it has been noticed and is assessing, with quick and practiced intelligence, whether the noticing is going to be a problem. You stay very still. You do not reach out. You do not speak. You simply look back, quietly, with the same quality of unhurried attention that has served you so well all through this long night of encounters. The Grogok's bright eyes hold yours for a moment, and then, with an almost imperceptible relaxation, a settling, a release of something that was being held at the ready and has now been stood down, it goes back to what it was doing. The Grogok, half human, half fairy, or perhaps all of something entirely its own that simply resembles both, the way a mule resembles both a horse and a donkey while being neither. It comes from the north of Ireland, primarily, from Antrim and the Glens and the Rathlin Island coast, that rugged, dramatic, particular corner of the island where the sea is wild and the basalt cliffs are vast, and the landscape has a quality of having been made in a very definite and uncompromising mood. The Grogok is ancient, older, some accounts suggest, than the current arrangement of the world. A being that was here before the landscape settled into its present form, that has watched the human habitation of this island from its beginning, and has made, at some point in that long observation, a decision, a very particular decision. I would like to help, not in the grand myth-scale way, not in the way of the Tuatha De Danann, whose help tends to come wrapped in consequence and complexity, whose gifts are also tests, and whose appearances are also events. The Grogok's help is entirely ordinary in its nature, and entirely extraordinary in its consistency. It does the chores, the small ones, the ones that accumulate at the edges of days when there is too much else happening. the kindling that needs gathering, the fire that needs banking, the water that needs fetching from the well, the grain that needs winnowing, the floor that needs sweeping, the pot that needs scrubbing, the long, unglamorous, absolutely necessary labour of keeping a household functional that falls behind so easily when life is busy, that piles up into a kind of domestic guilt that is never quite heavy enough to be a crisis and never quite light enough to be ignored. The Grogok attends to it. In the night, mostly. In the quiet hours between midnight and dawn, when the house is asleep, and the only light is the ember glow of the banked fire, and a faint, early suggestion of grey at the eastern window, moving through the kitchen with the quick, competent efficiency of something that has been doing this for a very long time and has never lost its interest in the work, sweeping with small, thorough strokes, banking the fire with care, setting the kindling ready for the morning, checking the water. Not perfectly. The Grogok is not a perfectionist, and there is something slightly haphazard about some of its arrangements, a quality of having been done with great enthusiasm by something whose hands are slightly the wrong size for some of these human implements, but done with genuine intention, with the investment of a creature that cares about the outcome for reasons that have nothing to do with payment or obligation. The question everyone asks about the Grogok, or the question they would ask if they knew to ask it, which is the condition of most questions about the Grogok, because it is not a famous creature, not one that has been written about extensively or painted frequently or collected into the canon of Irish mythology with the same care as the grander beings. The question is, why? Why does it help? What does it want in return? And the answer, in the tradition, is both simple and slightly startling in its simplicity. It wants to be somewhere warm, that is all. Not gold, not tribute, not the performance of specific rituals or the leaving of specific offerings in specific places at specific times. Not even food particularly, though it will accept food if it is left, and will accept it with what you might describe as touching gratitude given the smallness of the gesture. It wants a warm hearth and the knowledge that it is welcome near it, the fundamental, irreducible comfort of being in a place where the fire is kept and the walls hold the cold out and the smell of cooking lingers in the air, and someone, somewhere in the house above, is sleeping soundly enough to suggest that the household is, on balance, all right. It wants what any small creature wants on a cold night: to be warm, and to be somewhere that feels like it belongs to something larger than itself. In return for the warmth, though return is perhaps the wrong word, implying a transaction that the Grogok would not recognize as the shape of what passes between itself and the households it chooses. In return for the warmth, it gives the best thing it has, its presence, its small, twig-covered, bright-eyed, deeply committed presence, the presence of something ancient and good that has decided, for reasons of its own, that this kitchen, this hearth, this household is worth attending to, worth sweeping for, worth keeping warm for, worth the long, quiet hours of work in the dark while the family sleeps. The household that has a Grogok runs more smoothly than one that does not. Not because the Grogok's contribution is enormous. It is not, in material terms, enormous. But because there is something in the knowledge that someone is here, someone is tending the edges of things, someone is doing the small and quiet work of maintenance and care, that keeps any household, any life really, from fraying at its seams. Some of the old accounts say that the Grogoch can be seen, on rare occasions, sitting very close to the fire in the last hour before dawn, just before it disappears into whatever small, sheltered, warm-adjacent place it spends the daylight hours, sitting with its knees drawn up and its bright eyes reflecting the ember glow. Not working anymore, just sitting, being warm, looking in those accounts, entirely content. There is a tradition of how to keep a Grogoch. Not trap it, never trap it. The Grogoch is there by choice and leaves by choice, and any attempt to constrain that will result in an immediate and permanent departure, because a Grogoch has been around long enough to know the difference between a welcome and a cage, and will not tolerate the confusion of the two. But to keep it, to maintain the conditions under which it stays willingly, happily, indefinitely, keep the hearth warm, this is the most important thing. Not blazing always. The Grogoch does not require spectacle, does not need a fire at its most impressive. Just burning, just present, just doing the quiet, essential work of holding warmth in the room. Leave a small corner undisturbed. Not a dedicated Grogoch shrine, nothing formal or elaborate. Just the natural respect of not imposing your organization on every square inch of the kitchen, of allowing some small margin of wildness and shadow and untidiness, where something small and shy can exist without feeling surveilled. The corner by the hearth, perhaps. The space behind the wood basket. The low shelf that nobody quite reaches to the back of, and do not, under any circumstances, offer it payment. This is the rule that appears in every account of the Grogoch, without exception, and with a particular emphasis that suggests it has been arrived at through bitter experience more than once. The Grogoch will not accept wages. If you leave money for it, if you treat its help as a service rendered in exchange for coin, it will be gone by morning, and it will not come back. Not out of wounded pride, not out of the theatrical offense of a creature that knows its worth and is making a point about it. Out of something much simpler. It is not here for money. It never was. The entire premise of what it is and what it does is not about exchange in that sense. If you reduce it to exchange, you have misunderstood it completely. You have mistaken something freely given for something for sale. And a Grogoch, who has been watching humans make this mistake about all manner of things for longer than humans have had money to make it with, knows that there is no correcting this misunderstanding through conversation. There is only leaving and starting again, somewhere else, with a household that still understands the difference. The Grogoch in the corner has gone back to its work. Small, efficient, entirely absorbed, running a cloth along the surface of the hearth, rearranging the kindlings into a configuration that will catch better in the morning, tipping its head to assess the fire with the practiced eye of something that has been reading fires for a very long time. You watch it for a while. It does not look up. Not because it has forgotten you are there. The Grogoch forgets very little, but because the work is happening now, and the work deserves the attention that is being given to it. You are welcome here. You are simply not the most important thing happening in this kitchen at this particular moment. And the Grogoch is too honest and too focused to pretend otherwise. This is, you find, remarkably comfortable, to be in a warm room in the deep of a winter's night, watching something small and ancient and covered in twigs go about the quiet, caring, completely unhurried work of keeping things in order, not performing care, just doing it the way the best care is always done, steadily, without drama, with the unsentimental, unconditional, entirely reliable quality of something that has chosen to be here and intends to stay. The fire settles. The kitchen breathes. Outside, somewhere in the hawthorn, the wren is still singing. We are nearly home now. Not nearly finished. There are still creatures to meet. Still warm and extraordinary presences waiting in the rooms beyond this one. In the cellar and the candlelit studio and the deep, attended quiet of the house at night. We have the Leprechaun still to visit, and the Sídhe, and the bean teaker who has been keeping the house all night in her own particular and inexhaustible way, and Manannan's cat who has been asleep on the warmest chair since before any of us arrived, and who will open one eye at the appropriate moment and no sooner. But for now, just for this moment, just before we move from the kitchen into the deeper warmth of the house, stay here a little longer. Let the fire be low and the light be warm, and the grogok be in its corner, doing its quiet and ancient and entirely willing work. Let the room hold you. Let the night be outside, doing its own business, as it always does. You are inside. You are warm, and something small and good, and covered in the honest, familiar material of the living world, is here with you, keeping watch, keeping the edges of things tidy, keeping the fire just where it needs to be. That is enough. That is, in fact, everything. There is a door in the kitchen that you may not have noticed. Low, set into the far wall beside the dresser, partially obscured by the dresser's shadow, and by the particular quality of a door that has been in the same place for so long that the eye has learned to pass over it the way the eye passes over all familiar things, not unseeing exactly, but no longer actively registering. A door that belongs so completely to the room that it has become, in the most literal sense of the word, part of the furniture. The wood of it is old, very old, dark with age and with the accumulated touch of many hands over many years, worn smooth at the handle, in that particular way that would become smooth only through the daily, unhurried, completely unintentional work of being used by people who are thinking about something else. There is a latch, not a lock. There has never been a lock on this door. There has never needed to be. It opens onto stairs, stone stairs, narrow and steep, and winding down into the cool dark of the cellar. That subterranean room, that below-ground space that every old Irish house once had, and that served, in the days before refrigeration and all the modern means of keeping things, as the household's larder, its medicine cabinet, its treasury of preserved and fermented and carefully tended things, shelves of crocks and jars, barrels of various sizes in various states of fullness, the smell of earth and stone, and something else, something that has been aging in the dark for long enough to develop a complexity of aroma that requires a moment of stillness and attention to fully appreciate. Take a candle from the kitchen and go down. The cellar is cool on your face after the warmth of the kitchen above. Not cold, not the dead cold of a place that has never been warm, but the living cool of a space that is always slightly below the temperature of the world above it, that maintains its particular climate through the insulation of earth and stone. and the deep, slow breathing of a building that has been standing long enough to develop its own thermal logic. Your candle throws a warm circle of light in the dark. Beyond it, the shelves retreat into shadow, the shapes of bottles and jars just visible, the barrels at the far end substantial and dark, and smelling of everything they contain and have ever contained. And in the corner, on an upturned barrel that has been repurposed into something between a seat and a throne, sitting with his legs dangling because the barrel is slightly too tall for his feet to reach the ground, holding a cup that is clearly not his first of the evening, and wearing the expression of someone who has been in this cellar for a very long time and has arrived through long habituation and a condition of deep and well-provisioned contentment, the Leprechaun. He is small, smaller than the Leprechaun, roughly the same scale as the Grogotch upstairs, with the compact and slightly top-heavy proportions of a creature whose body has organized itself around its appetites, rather than the other way around. His coat is red, not the bright, announcement-making red of the far Darrig's famous coat, but a deeper red, a cellar red, a red that has been in the dark long enough to absorb some of the dark into itself and come out richer for it. His cheeks are, there is no other word for it, rosy. Genuinely, warmly, entirely convincingly rosy, in the way that cheeks are rosy when their owner has been comfortable and well-fed and in pleasant company for an extended period. His eyes are bright, brighter than you might expect, given the hour and the cup and the general impression of a being at the far end of a very enjoyable evening. The brightness of someone who is still, despite all evidence to the contrary, paying close attention. He looks at you over the rim of his cup. He does not seem surprised. He raises the cup slightly, a small, courteous gesture. The gesture of one person acknowledging another's arrival in a space they happen to occupy. The most minimal possible salutation. And then he takes a sip and waits to see what you will do. The Leprechaun. His name appears in Irish folklore with a slightly variable spelling and a very consistent character. This small, red-coated, cellar-dwelling, deeply convivial being, whose relationship with alcohol is one of the most thoroughly documented aspects of any fairy creature in the Irish tradition. He appears in the written collections of the 18th and 19th centuries, in the oral tradition of every county, in the accounts of people who reported finding their wine stores mysteriously depleted and their barrels mysteriously tapped, and a general atmosphere of recent festivity lingering in their cellars that could not be explained by any member of the household. He drinks. This is established beyond any reasonable doubt. He drinks with the commitment and the discrimination of someone for whom drinking is not a casual activity, but a vocation, a lifelong, deeply considered, endlessly refined engagement with the art of fermentation and the culture it produces. He is not, however, simply a pest. This is the crucial thing about the Leprechaun, that the bare description of cellar-haunting alcohol consumption fails to capture. He is not merely a being that finds its way into your cellar and helps itself to your wine. He is a guardian, a custodian, a keeper of the cellar in the fullest and most serious sense of that word. The household that has a Leprechaun in its cellar, the household that knows how to read the signs of his presence and how to respond to them correctly, has something of considerable value. It has a cellar that is perfectly maintained. The barrels never go bad. The wine never turns to vinegar before its time. The casks never develop the mysterious leaks that afflict unattended barrels. The temperature of the cellar remains, through some influence that cannot be explained by the architecture alone, precisely what it needs to be for whatever is stored there. Nothing spoils that should not spoil. Nothing is wasted. The Leprechaun tends all of this with the meticulous care of someone who has a personal investment in the outcome, which he does because the quality of what is stored directly determines the quality of what he drinks, and the Leprechaun has standards that he has no intention of compromising. His interests and the household's interests are, in this regard, exactly aligned. He wants the cellar to be perfect. You want the cellar to be perfect. This is a partnership, even if it is a partnership that was never negotiated and will never be formally acknowledged, and exists entirely on the terms of a being who was here, in all probability, before the house was built above him. The rules of coexistence with a Leprechaun are few and mostly sensible. Do not attempt to remove him. This has been tried in the old accounts, and the outcomes have uniformly and sometimes spectacularly failed. A Leprechaun who has decided to be in a cellar is in that cellar, and the only thing that will change this is if the Leprechaun decides otherwise, which he will do in his own time and for his own reasons, and not in response to any human preference on the matter. Do not harass him. Do not attempt to catch him, or to make him feel unwelcome, or to demonstrate your displeasure at his presence through any of the various passive-aggressive domestic gestures that humans deploy when they want something to leave without quite coming out and saying so. The Leprechaun will notice. The Leprechaun notices everything, and a Leprechaun who has been made to feel unwelcome does not leave. He stays, and he becomes considerably more difficult to live with, and the barrels develop leaks, and the wine turns, and the whole arrangement deteriorates rapidly into something that serves nobody's interests. Leave him a cup. This is the simplest and most effective thing. Leave him a decent cup of something, not your worst, not the bottle you are going to throw away anyway, because the Leprechaun knows the difference and will draw his own conclusions about how he is being regarded, and leave it in the same place, at the same time, with the same quiet acknowledgement that you are aware of his presence and are glad of his work, and are expressing this in the most direct way available to you. He will not say thank you. The Leprechaun is not, in the main, a creature of explicit gratitude, but the cellar will continue to be perfect. And on very cold nights, when the temperature outside threatens to affect even the insulated cool of the underground rooms, something will see to it that the most important barrels are kept just warm enough. Something will be paying attention in the dark while you sleep. There is a story, short and undramatic, and all the better for it, from a household in the west of Ireland, where the Leprechaun had been in residence for, by the family's reckoning, at least 3 generations. A young woman came home from a long time away and came down to the cellar for the first time in many years. She had grown up in this house, had grown up knowing the Leprechaun was in the cellar, the way she knew the Grogoch was in the kitchen, as a simple, established, unremarkable fact of the household's life. She had come down here as a child, once, on a dare, with a candle, and had seen him, had seen that small red figure on his barrel with his cup, had looked at him and been looked at, and had understood, with the direct and uncluttered understanding of a child, that this was simply someone who lived here and had every right to. She came down now with a candle and stood in the cellar doorway and looked at the corner. He was there. Of course he was there. He looked exactly the same. She said, not loudly, not formally, just in the ordinary tone of speaking to someone you have known your whole life and have not seen in a while. Hello. The Cluricorn looked at her over his cup for a long moment, and then, for the first and only time in any account she ever gave of their encounters, he smiled. Not a large smile, not a performed one. The small, private, slightly lopsided smile of someone who has been waiting for something to come back and has not been entirely sure it would, and is not going to make a fuss about the fact that it has, but is, quietly and completely, glad. He raised his cup. She raised her candle. And they stayed like that for a little while. The young woman at the top of the cellar stairs, and the old being on his barrel in the warm dark below, in the particular, wordless companionship of two creatures who share a house and have always understood, without needing to discuss it, that sharing a house is one of the oldest and most serious forms of trust there is. The cellar is quiet now. The Cluricorn is still on his barrel in the corner. His cup is cradled in both hands. His eyes are half closed. Not quite asleep. Not quite awake. Occupying that pleasant border territory between the two that is available to beings who do not need sleep the way we need it, but to appreciate when the hour is right and the cup is good and the cellar is exactly the right temperature. The particular luxury of not being entirely required to be conscious. His cheeks are rosy in the candlelight. His red coat has that deep, well-worn, cellar-absorbed quality of something that has been in this room for a very long time and carries the room's smell and the room's warmth and the room's long history of good things, kept carefully and shared generously. He is, in his corner, in his dark, in his cool underground room, full of everything that has been tended and saved and preserved against the future, perfectly content. Leave him to it. Blow out your candle. He doesn't need it. And it was never really for him. Take the stairs slowly, in the dark, your hand on the cool stone of the wall. And when you step back through the low door into the warmth of the kitchen, close it gently behind you. The kitchen is quieter than when we left it. The Grogok has finished its work and retreated to its corner. The fire has settled further into its long, patient overnight breathing. The cup on the table, the book left open, the candle burned to almost nothing, all of it exactly as it was, all of it held in the warm, low light of a room that has been doing this. Being warm, being still, being the center of something, for a very long time. There are footsteps upstairs. Not alarming footsteps, not the heavy, urgent footsteps of a crisis, or the sharp footsteps of someone woken by something wrong. Light footsteps, purposeful and soft. The footsteps of someone who is awake in the small hours, not because something has gone wrong, but because something needs doing. And she is the one who does it. And she has always been the one. And she does not mind. She never has. Go upstairs. She is already there. the upstairs of an old Irish house at night. The landing is narrow, the floorboards slightly uneven underfoot. Not dangerously, just in the way of old floors that have been walked on by many feet for many years and have responded to all that pressure and all that history by developing their own particular topography. A slight rise here, a gentle dip there, a board near the top of the stairs that has always squeaked and that everyone who lives here has long since learned to step over. Slightly to the left, the walls are close, the ceiling is low. Everything up here has the compressed, intimate quality of an upstairs in a house that was built for warmth and shelter rather than for impression. A house that understood, when it was made, that the most important thing a building can do is hold the people inside it safely against the world outside. There are doors on either side of the landing. Closed, all of them. The particular closedness of rooms where people are sleeping. That quality of sealed warmth that a closed door at night acquires when there is someone on the other side of it, breathing slowly in the dark. And at the end of the landing, moving quietly from one closed door to another, with the practiced ease of someone who has never once needed a candle up here, who knows every inch of this floor, in every variety of darkness. A figure. She is not quite visible. Not in the way of things that are hiding. She is not hiding. She has no interest in hiding. She has been in this house since long before hiding from anyone in it became a relevant concept. But she has the quality of something that exists at a certain frequency of the visible world, that is perceived rather than seen, that arrives in your awareness, not through the eyes exactly, but through something more diffuse. A sense of presence, a warmth, the knowledge, clear and immediate and entirely reliable, that someone is here who has always been here and intends to continue being here, and is, in the most complete sense of the word, home. The being teacher, the woman of the house. Her name is old as the idea of a house as a held thing, as a tended thing, as a space that requires continuous care and attention, and the investment of someone's presence to be more than a collection of walls and a roof. Being, woman, Tije, of the house, the woman of the house. The title and the name, the same thing, because in the world the being Tije comes from, what you do and what you are have not yet been separated into different categories. She is a hearth fairy, the most essentially domestic creature in the whole Irish tradition. Not the Grogok's small, twig-covered, enthusiastic helper. Not the Cluricorn's underground specialist. The bean teach is something more fundamental than either, more woven into the fabric of the house itself, more inseparable from what the house is and what it means to be inside it. She is the spirit of the home, not any specific home, or rather, every specific home she chooses to be in. She arrives in a house the way warmth arrives, gradually, without announcement, filling the available space so slowly that by the time you notice she is there, she has been there for a very long time, and the house has been different for it all along, and you simply did not know what to call the difference. What does she do? Everything. Not in the exhausted, resentful sense of a person who has been left to do everything and is keeping a careful account of everything they are doing. In the other sense, in the sense of a being whose relationship with the house and the people in it is so complete and so willing that the word do barely covers it, because doing implies a separation between the doer and the thing done, and the bean teak and her work are not separate things. She tends the fire through the night. You know this already, in a sense. You have felt it coming down in the morning to a kitchen that is warmer than it had any right to be, to embers that have maintained themselves through the dark hours, with a steadiness that goes beyond the normal behavior of banked coals. That is her. Not always the Grogot, not always the natural thermal properties of a well-built hearth. Sometimes simply her hands on the iron of the fireguard, her attention on the slow breathing of the fire, her willingness to be awake and watchful while everyone else is not. She soothes the children. This is always in the account, always mentioned, always with the same quality of quiet certainty. The child who wakes at 3 a.m. from a bad dream and is somehow, by the time the parent reaches the door, already settling. The baby who fusses in its crib and then stops. Not because anything obvious has changed, but because something has changed. Some quality of the air in the room. Some sense of a presence beside the crib that is warm and certain and entirely without anxiety. The Bean Tige does not need to hold the child. She does not need to sing or rock or any of the things that waking embodied care requires. She simply needs to be there. And she is always, reliably, impossibly there. She finishes things. This is the detail I love most. In the accounts that describe her most specifically, she has a particular fondness for the unfinished. The half-darned sock left on the chair, the bread that was started and not quite shaped before the evening ran away, the letter begun and set aside, the corner of the room that was going to be swept and wasn't. She finishes them, not intrusively, not in the way that would make you feel observed or managed, or that your household incompetence is being silently corrected by something supernatural, in the way that things sometimes simply get done without your being entirely sure when or how, that you remember starting something and then find it finished with no reliable account of the middle section, that the house is more in order in the morning than your memory of the previous evening quite explains. She was there in the middle, quietly finishing things, but it is not the tasks that define her finally. It is not what she does that makes the Bean Teague what she is, though what she does is real and considerable and worth acknowledging. It is something beneath the doing, something that the doing expresses but does not exhaust. She loves the house. This sounds simple, and it is simple, but simple is not the same as small. She loves this particular house, its specific proportions, its particular smell, the way the light comes through the east window in winter, and the way the west window holds the evening in summer, and the way the stairs sound when someone comes down them at night, and the way the fire settles at the end of its burning, and the way the children have grown in the doorframe, where their heights have been marked over the years in pencil, and she has watched every one of those markings go up and up, and has never once found it anything other than wonderful. She loves the people in it with the particular love of someone who has watched them at their worst and their most ordinary, and their most frightened and their most joyful, and has never, not once, not for a single moment in all those years of witnessing, found them anything other than worth staying for. This is the gift of the Bean Tigger, not the swept floors, or the finished darning, or the soothes children, or the kept fire, though all of those are real. The gift is this, that the house she is in is a house that is loved, not by its inhabitants only, though by them too, in their various and imperfect and entirely human ways, but by something older than them and more constant than them, and entirely without ambivalence about the matter. The house is loved, and a loved house is a different thing from a merely inhabited one. It holds differently. It smells differently. The quality of the quiet in it at 3 in the morning is different. Warmer, more attended, less like the absence of noise, and more like the presence of something that has chosen to be still. You feel it when you walk through the door, even when everything is difficult, even when the people inside are struggling or exhausted, or at odds with each other in the ordinary, grinding way of people who live together for a long time and are sometimes not their best selves. The house itself is all right. The bean tea sees to it. She is at the end of the landing now, at the door of the room where the youngest child is sleeping, standing very still, one hand resting lightly on the doorframe, not touching the door, not pushing it open, just present at the threshold, just listening to the breathing on the other side, the slow and regular breathing of a child who is deeply, completely, safely asleep. She listens for a long moment, and then, with the quiet satisfaction of someone who has checked on something important and found it as it should be, she moves on, down the landing, past the other doors, past you, close enough that you might feel, just for a moment, the warmth of her passing, the particular warmth that is not body warmth and not air warmth, but some third kind of warmth that does not have a name in any language except the feeling itself. She does not stop. She does not need to. You are awake, and she knows you are awake, and she knows that you have spent this long night in the company of the best and gentlest creatures of this old island. And she knows, because she knows everything about this house and everyone in it, that you are all right, better than all right. She moves on, back to the stairs, back to the kitchen, back to the long, quiet, loving, inexhaustible work of keeping the house in order, while the night does whatever the night does outside, and the fire breathes in its slow and patient way, and the people she has chosen to tend go on sleeping, held in the warmth of a house that will be here for them in the morning, as it always has been, as she will always see to it. The landing is empty now, or empty in the visible sense. In every other sense, it is as full as it has ever been, full of warmth, full of the long memory of all the people who have moved through this house and been held by it and left their particular mark on its walls and its floors and its particular smell and its particular quiet, full of the bean toy's presence, which is not a presence that leaves when she moves to another room, but one that is simply distributed through the whole of the house, equally, like warmth distributed through the walls of a building that has been warm for a very long time. Before we settle into the last and deepest warmth of this night, before we arrive at the final creature and the final fire and the long, slow, dissolving ease of the very last hour, there is one more room to visit. You may not have noticed the light under the door. It is easy to miss. A thin line of it, pale gold, running along the bottom of the door at the far end of the kitchen. The door that leads in this house, not to the cellar and not to the outside, but to the small room at the back. The room that has always been, in houses like this one, a slightly different kind of room from the others. Not the room for sleeping. Not the room for eating. Not the room for the ordinary, sustaining business of daily life. The room for the other thing. The making thing. The room where someone sits, late, when the house is quiet and the children are down, and the practical demands of the day have finally exhausted themselves and retreated, and takes out whatever it is they make, the music, the words, the marks on paper that are trying to become something, and sits with it in the candlelight and tries again to find the thing they are always trying to find. The light under that door is very still. Whoever is in there has been there for a while, and they are not alone. Push the door open gently. The room is small. One window, dark now, the glass holding the faint reflection of the candle on the table. A single candle, burned low, the wax pooled and solid around its base in the way of candles that have been burning for a long time and have committed themselves fully to the task. On the table, beside the candle, paper or an instrument or whatever form the making takes in this particular room. The walls are close. The ceiling is low. The smell of old wood and candle smoke and something slightly sweet, something that has no obvious source in the visible contents of the room. At the table, a figure bent over the work, absorbed in it, unaware of being watched, or perhaps simply not interested in being watched because the thing on the table is more important right now than anything else in the room. And beside the figure, not at the table, not standing over the work with any supervisory quality, nothing directive or demanding about the presence, just beside, in the chair pulled slightly away from the table, angled toward the candle, sitting with a quality of attention that is the attention of someone who is listening to something the rest of the room cannot hear. The Líanhan Sídhe. She is one of the most delicate of all Irish fairy beings, and I use that word deliberately. Delicate, because she requires careful handling in the telling. She has been misunderstood, historically, in ways that have made her seem darker than she is. She has been associated, in some accounts, with obsession and with the artist's self-destruction, with the dangerous pull of inspiration that consumes the person it visits. There are versions of her story that are genuinely difficult, that speak of the terrible cost of her company, of lives burned up in the heat of her attention. But these are the extreme versions, the versions where the door was thrown open instead of pushed gently, where everything was asked for at once instead of received in the measure it was offered, in her gentler aspect, which is the aspect she wears tonight, in this warm and quiet room, beside this particular candle and this particular person doing this particular work. She is something else entirely. She is what inspiration feels like when it comes without demand, when it sits beside you in the small hours, not requiring anything of you, not measuring what you produce or judging whether it is sufficient, simply present in that particular way that makes the next word come more easily, that makes the next note arrive already, knowing where it wants to go, that makes the hand move across the page with a confidence that it did not have an hour ago. She is the feeling that the work is possible, not that it will be magnificent, not that it will be remembered, not that it will change anything, simply that it is possible, that the thing you are trying to make can, in some form, be made, that the reach is not longer than the arm. The Líanhan Sídhe chooses her people. This is always how it is described. Never that the artist finds her, always that she finds them. She moves through the world, attending to the particular frequency that creative work produces, the particular quality of the effort to make something that did not exist before. And when she finds it, when she finds someone sitting in a small room with a candle and a piece of paper and the desperate, ordinary, courageous hope that this time they will manage to say what they have always been trying to say, she is drawn to it. Not to the product, not to what the work becomes, whether it becomes anything at all, to the effort itself, to the quality of the trying. She has been, in her long existence, beside musicians who became famous, and musicians who played only in their own kitchens for the rest of their lives, beside poets whose words were copied and kept, and beside poets whose words disappeared entirely when they did, beside painters and storytellers and weavers and all the quiet, unrecorded people who made things in back rooms at night for no reason except that the making was necessary, that something in them required it the way breathing requires it, not for accomplishment but for continuation. She does not distinguish between these, the famous and the unrecorded, the celebrated and the hidden. The work is the work to the Sídhe. The trying is the trying. She sits beside all of them. In the Irish tradition, the connection between the fairy world and artistic inspiration is ancient and deep and takes many forms across the whole body of mythology and folklore. The Féidhlim, the vision poem, one of the oldest and most central forms in Irish literature, is explicitly a poem that comes from the in-between place, that is delivered to the poet in a dream or a trance by a being from the other world. The music of the fairy folk, the Sídhe, the music of the mounds, is described in the oldest texts as the most beautiful music in the world, music that no human composer invented because it arrived already complete from somewhere beyond invention. The Sídhe is this tradition in its most personal, most intimate form, not the grand Eiling vision, not the Sídhe heard at the mound at midnight, just this, a presence beside the candle in the small room, a quality of company in the small hours, the sense that the work is being witnessed by something that understands, completely and without reservation, why it matters. Not why it matters to the world, why it matters to you. And that, as any maker of any kind of thing will tell you, is the rarer and more essential understanding. The person at the table has stopped working, not because the work is finished. The work is rarely finished, in rooms like this, at hours like this, but because the hour has finally, definitively arrived when the body is making its own case, and the case is compelling, and the argument for stopping is winning the argument for continuing for the first time all evening. The pen is set down. The candle is considered. There is a moment. You see it from the doorway. You are just close enough to see it. When the person at the table becomes aware of the presence beside them in the way that they perhaps have not been aware of it all evening, having been too deep in the work to notice. They go very still. They look, without turning their head fully, at the chair beside them. They do not seem frightened. They seem recognized. The way you feel when you realize that the quality you have been drawing on all evening, the steadiness and the possibility and the sense that the reach was not longer than the arm, that this had a source, that you are not entirely generating it yourself, that something was here, in a room with you, adding its particular warmth to the work and asking nothing, and staying for as long as it was needed. A long exhale. The shoulders drop. The candle is blown out, and as the thin line of smoke rises from the wick into the dark of the room, the chair beside the table is not empty, exactly, but changed. The presence is different now, more diffuse. The way warmth becomes diffuse after the source of it has moved on. Still there, still felt, but no longer located. She has not gone far. She never goes far. She is in every room of this house, in some sense. In every room of every house in which something is being made tonight. And there are more of those rooms than we generally give the world credit for. More small candle-lit spaces with their pens and their instruments, and their hands moving quietly in the dark. More ordinary, extraordinary people sitting up past the sensible hour because the work asked them to, and they came. She sits beside all of them, without preference, without hierarchy, without the slightest interest in any outcome, except the continuation of the trying. Let her be in your room too, if you make things, or if you have ever made things and stopped, for whatever reason that the world provides in such abundance. Let her be a reason to start again, to pull out the half-finished thing, to sit down with the candle and the paper, and the hope that is never quite extinguished. No matter how long the room has been dark, she will find you. She always does. Close the door softly behind you. The small room is dark now, the candle out, the work resting on the table in the dark, with the particular quality of something that has been worked on tonight, and is therefore different from what it was this morning, changed by the hours and the attention and the presence that sat beside it while it happened. There is one more creature to meet, the last one, not the grandest, not the most ancient, not the most mythologically significant by any scholarly measure, but perhaps the most appropriate for the very end of a night, this deep and this warm and this thoroughly attended to. Go back to the kitchen, sit down by the fire, and look at the chair. Not the chair you are sitting in, the other one, the one nearest the fire, the one that is, now that you look at it, occupied, has been occupied, it appears, for quite some time. The chair is a good chair, old, the kind of old that furniture becomes when it has been used by many bodies over many years, and has responded to all that use by becoming somehow more itself rather than less. The wood of it is dark and smooth. The cushion, if there is a cushion, and in this house there is, a flat, slightly faded cushion that was once a definite colour, and has become, over time, the colour of having been sat on a great deal in good company. The cushion has the compressed, accepting quality of something that knows its purpose and has fulfilled it consistently for a long time. And on the cushion, taking up a disproportionate amount of it, arranged with the complete and total physical confidence that only cats achieve, the kind of arrangement that says this is mine and has always been mine, and any evidence to the contrary is simply incorrect. The cat, large, substantially, seriously large, not fat, not ungainly, but large in the way of cats that have been well fed and well loved and well settled for a very long time, and have grown into their own presence with the unhurried thoroughness of something that had all the time in the world to do so. Its coat is grey, a deep, particular grey, the grey you have seen tonight, already on the Glashtyn at the lake's edge, the grey of the sea on a still morning when the light has not yet decided what it wants to do. Its paws are folded beneath its chest. Its eyes are almost closed. Not quite. There is a line of light beneath each lid, the characteristic not quite sleep of a cat that is resting without entirely relinquishing its awareness of the room, a state that is very close to sleep and yet technically, definitionally, by the thinnest possible margin, still awake. The fire beside it is warm on its grey fur. The fur moves very slightly with each breath. Mananan Maclir. The name means literally Mananan, son of the sea. He is one of the oldest and most powerful beings in the whole of Irish mythology, the lord of the otherworld, the keeper of the Isle of the Blessed, the great sea god of the ancient Irish tradition, whose domain is not just the ocean as a physical thing, but the ocean as a metaphysical one. The deep water between the worlds, the boundary between what is known and what is not, between the living world and the one that lies beyond it. He is enormous in the mythology, grand and complex, and equipped with a legendary array of magical possessions, a cloak of invisibility, a self-navigating boat, a horse that could travel across the surface of the sea as easily as across land. He moves through the old stories with the authority of something that predates the categories being used to describe it, something so old that even the oldest parts of the tradition feel like late arrivals in its presence. He is not a cozy figure, taken altogether, but his cat is. There are several magical animals associated with Mananan in the old texts, creatures that belong to the other world and carry its qualities into whatever realm they happen to be visiting. And among them, mentioned in accounts that are specific enough to suggest something being genuinely remembered, is the cat. Mananan's cat wandered in the stories from the other world into the human one and settled there, not forcibly. No one could force Mananan's cat to do anything, and the suggestion that they might would have amused it if cats can be amused, which this one certainly can. It settled there by choice, because it found in the warm rooms of human houses, in the firelight and the company and the particular domestic warmth of a household that tends itself carefully through the long nights of the Irish year, something it preferred to the cold magnificence of the other world. It found comfort, and it has, in the manner of cats everywhere, and in all times, decided that comfort is the highest available good, and has organized its entire existence around the pursuit and maintenance of it. The cat opens one eye, just one. The other remains closed, committed to its position. The open eye is gold, that deep, warm, slightly unsettling gold of a cat's eye in firelight, the color that has always made people slightly uncertain about cats, that has always suggested a depth of information behind it, that the cat is under no obligation to share. It looks at you, not with surprise. The cat of a sea god is not surprised by much, and it has been in enough houses and witnessed enough arrivals and departures over its long, warm, well-appointed existence that one more person appearing in the kitchen at the deep end of a long night does not constitute a remarkable event. It looks at you with the look that cats have and that humans have been trying to interpret correctly for thousands of years, always slightly uncertain whether they are getting it right. The look that might be indifference and might be assessment and might be something much warmer than either of those. Something that the cat has decided to keep ambiguous for reasons of its own. And then it closes the eye again, considers, and slowly, deliberately, with the absolute self-possession of something that makes every decision in its own time and on its own terms, it purrs. A cat's purr is one of the oldest sounds in the world. Not this cat specifically, though this cat is considerably older than most, but the sound itself, the mechanism of it. Cats developed the purr before human beings developed language, before we had words for warmth or comfort or the specific, irreplaceable goodness of a fire in a dark room on a cold night. And yet, those are exactly the things the purr has always signified, always communicated, across the whole long history of cats and humans sharing spaces and warmth, and the deep, wordless understanding of what it means to be at ease. The cat purrs, and the room responds to it. You can feel it. A slight deepening of the warmth, a slight settling of the air. The fire seems to breathe a little more slowly. The shadows in the corners of the room seem slightly less shadow-like, and slightly more like the friendly, inhabited dark of a room that has been warm for a long time. This is what Mananan's cat brings, wherever it goes. Not magic in the grand, lightning and transformation sense, something much quieter and much more consistently useful. A quality of settled ease, of a room at the end of its day, a night at the end of its long hours, a world at the end of its turning. The quality of a fire that has been kept well, the quality of a house that is loved, the quality of a good chair and a grey cat, and the sound of the sea, very far away, running its ancient and tireless business, somewhere beyond the hills, beyond the fields, beyond the dark and the quiet and the thin places where this island's extraordinary population of gentle and extraordinary creatures go about their patient and invisible work. Mananan's cat has been in many houses. This is understood. In the tradition, it moves as cats move, according to its own assessment of where it is most needed and most comfortable. And it does not feel compelled to justify its movements to anyone. It has been in the houses of poets and farmers and fishermen and healers, and ordinary, unremarkable people who simply kept a good fire and left a window cracked and woke one morning to find a large grey cat on the warmest chair, looking at them with that gold eye and the settled authority of something that has decided, for the time being, to stay. It stays as long as it stays. In some accounts, it has been in the same house for generations, growing up with the children and watching them grow and staying when they leave and being there when they come back. Older, with children of their own who grow up, knowing the grey cat on the chair by the fire, the way they know the dresser and the table and the particular smell of the kitchen, as simply part of what the house is, unremarkable, constant, entirely depended upon without quite knowing it. In other accounts, it is more peripatetic, spending a winter here, a summer there, moving when it moves with no explanation, and arriving when it arrives with no announcement, always wanted, wherever it goes. Always, when it leaves, missed in that particular way that you only fully understand what was being given when it is no longer being given. The warmth was always the same warmth. The purr was always the same purr. The quality of the room with the cat in it was always different from the quality of the room without it. There is something I want to say about this cat, about the specific choice it made when it wandered from the other world into the human one and decided to stay. It chose the ordinary. That is the thing. It came from the court of a sea god. It knew the other world, the luminous, impossible, endlessly astonishing other world of the Tuatha De Danann, where the light is always golden and the music is always the most beautiful music, and the whole place shimmers with a divine excess of beauty that the ordinary world can only approximate on its very best days. And it chose this: a kitchen, a fire, a worn cushion on an old chair, the smell of cooking and turf smoke and the morning damp, the company of ordinary people going about the ordinary business of their ordinary lives, sleeping and waking and eating and worrying, and occasionally, in the rooms at the back of the house, making things, and in the rooms above, dreaming, and in the rooms below, keeping the good things safe in the cool dark. It chose this without reservation and without nostalgia for what it left. Because here is what Manannan's cat understood, that perhaps only a creature, old enough and well-travelled enough, could understand fully. The ordinary is not the lesser thing. The ordinary, tended with care, with attention, with the willingness to notice what is actually in the room, rather than what you imagine should be in the room. The ordinary, loved, is not the consolation prize, is not the thing you settle for when the extraordinary is unavailable. The ordinary, properly attended to, is the extraordinary. It always was. The fire in the grate, the purr of the cat, the warmth in the walls of a house that has been warm for 100 years, the grogoch in its corner, and the cluricorn in his cellar, and the bean tigol moving softly on the landing, and the lianhan Sídhe beside the candle in the small room at the back, the Selkies on their moonlit shore, and the Merrow in their green depth, and the wren in the hawthorn singing its enormous song, and the Glashtyn at the edge of its still lake, and the Alp-Luachra in the grass beside the sleeping traveller. All of it here, all of it this island and this night and this long, warm, extraordinary, ordinary world that has been going about its business, attended to by its gentle and remarkable population of in-between creatures, since long before any of us arrived and will continue long after. The cat knows this. The cat has always known this. That is why it chose the chair by the fire. That is why it stays. Its eyes are fully closed now. Both of them, this time. Both gold eyes shut. Both committed to sleep in the way that cats commit to sleep, which is completely and without reservation, and with the absolute confidence of something that will wake up exactly when it needs to, and not a moment before. The purr continues, low and steady and warm. A sound with a pulse in it, a sound that is closer to a heartbeat than to music. A sound that the room receives and holds and returns at a slightly lower register, as though the house itself has begun to hum along. Outside, the night is at its deepest, that particular depth that comes in the last hours before dawn, the most fully itself the night ever is, the most completely dark, the most completely still. The fields are silver and black. The hedgerows are dark shapes, enormous and close. The stars above them are doing their slow, imperceptible turning, the ones you can never watch directly, but can only catch at the edge of your vision, moving, always has been moving, will never stop. And in the houses, scattered across the dark countryside, below that sky, in the kitchens and the cellars and the small rooms at the back, and the landings and the bedrooms. The creatures of this island are going about their ancient, willing, uninterrupted work, keeping the fires, keeping the stories, keeping the roads, keeping the lakes, keeping the bees and the swans and the long grey shores where the seal folk dance on the turning tide, keeping all of it for you. Sit by the fire. Let the cat's purr be the last sound you attend to tonight. That low, warm, rhythmic, ancient sound, steady as a heartbeat, warm as a hand held in the dark. Your eyes are heavy. The room is warm. The night is at its deepest and its most beautiful and its most safe. And Mananan's cat is in the chair beside the fire, dreaming whatever dreams a sea god's cat dreams, of deep water, perhaps, and open sky, and the long silver road the moon makes across the surface of the sea, and all the warm rooms it has ever been in, all the fires it has ever sat beside, all the people it has ever watched fall asleep, in the particular, trusting, irreversible way of people who know, somewhere below the level of knowing, that they are being watched over, as you are, as you have been all night, by all of them. Go to sleep now. The house is in good hands. And so, we come to the end. 20 creatures, 20 worlds within worlds, 20 quiet lights held up against the dark by this old island, and its long, extraordinary, endlessly generous memory. We began at the edge of the sea, at the shore, where the Selkies shed their skins in the moonlight, and the Merrow watched from the deep water with their curious, unhurried eyes. We moved along the coast, up into the wilder northern waters, where the blue men of the Minch waited in their caves for a voice worth listening to. We found a Dobhar-Chú in its still and ancient lough, and the swans of Cilldara drifting in their silver morning light. We went inland then, up onto the hills, into the summer warmth that Áine keeps alive in the heart of her mountain through all the long cold months. We followed the white stag to the edge of the wood, and let it be enough simply to see it. We ran the night roads with the Sídhe, and stood at the lake's edge with the grey Glashtyn, and were watched from the hedgerow by the Pooka's gold and endlessly amused eyes. We came into the village. We sat in the corner and listened to the far Darrig tell his stories in the warmth and the music. We crouched in the deep wood and heard the Leprechaun's small, precise hammer. We held out our hands in the dark and felt Féidhlim's bees go past on their straight and faithful errands between the worlds. We lay down in the long grass and felt the Alp-Luachra settle in beside us, and knew, without knowing quite how we knew, that we were being watched over. We heard the wren in the hawthorn, that small and sovereign voice, singing its enormous song at the boundary between the old year and the new. And we came home, to the Grogosh in the kitchen corner, and the Leprechaun in his dark and well-appointed cellar, to the Lianhan Sídhe in the candlelit room where the making happens, to the bean tier moving softly on the landing, tending the edges of the house, and the people in it with a love so constant and so complete that it has become simply a quality of the air in every room, and to the cat, Mananan's grey cat, in the chair by the fire, purring. Ireland is a small island. You can drive across it in a few hours. Stand on one coast, and the other coast is not far. The mountains are not the highest mountains in the world. The rivers are not the longest. The fields are small, and the roads are narrow, and the towns are modest. and the whole place has a scale to it, a human scale, a walking scale that makes it feel, at certain hours and in certain lights, like somewhere that was made to be known rather than merely visited. And yet, in all that smallness, all that intimacy, all that familiar and manageable and essentially walkable landscape, there is this entire other world, running alongside the visible one, breathing with it, woven through it at every level, from the bottom of the deepest lough to the highest point of the oldest hill, to the corner of the warmest kitchen, full of creatures that have been here since before the island had its name, that have watched every human generation come and go, and have remained, through all of it. Essentially, what they are: curious and warm and strange and patient and, in their own extraordinary variety of ways, committed to the idea that the world they share with us is worth tending, worth keeping warm, worth singing about. The veil is very thin tonight. It is always thinnest in the small hours, when the day has finally exhausted itself, and the defences are down, and the ordinary categories of the world have loosened their grip on things. When the stories that were told around fires for 1,000 years are closer to the surface than they are at noon. This is the island's gift, this refusal, across all the centuries and all the changes and all the enormous pressure of a world that would prefer things to be flat and explicable and fully accounted for. This refusal to stop believing that the world is more than it appears, that the ordinary is full of the extraordinary if you know how to look, that the thin places are real, that the veil is there, and that on the other side of it, patient and warm and entirely willing to be found by anyone still enough and attentive enough and open enough to find them, the creatures are waiting, as they always have and always will. Sleep now. Let the fire breathe its slow and patient breath. Let the bean tea tend the edges of your night with her ancient, willing, inexhaustible care. Let the Selkies dance on their moonlit shore. Let all of it recede now into the deep, comfortable dark at the back of your mind, where the best things go when sleep arrives, where they wait, warm and unhurried, for the next time you need them. The veil is thin tonight, and on the other side of it, every creature we have met is going about its work. The fire is kept, the stories are remembered, and the cat is in the chair by the fire, purring, still purring, always.